If you just
I can't say my favorite.
with numbers.
How am I gonna say my favorite gamer word, Cad?
Right on the Xbox Live chat. Little too.
Right. So consensus of all fantasy lovers here. Would you rather hear on repeat for an hour Hymn of the Faith, Final Fantasy Battle Theme?
Battle theme.
Battle theme.
Battle theme.
Hymn of the Faith is good if you're just like relaxing. But if you're doing remotely anything other than relaxing or meditating, then battle theme.
Actually, I like the Chocobo theme for 10. Listen to that on repeat instead of the battle, maybe.
You listen to it for an hour.
Yeah.
Ash, I usually have the 10-hour loops going whenever we're doing D&D.
Ash, you underestimated my how long I took for that Chocobo minigame.
Especially
You
the
underestimate my
anti-pyretic
power.
battle theme, you know?
Where we are, yes.
Y'all know he don't play ball.
Understandable. You have every right to be afraid, Cad. Chat, don't listen to his lies. Exactly. Don't listen to his lies.
So as a
His
consensus,
sweet little lies.
what is everyone's rank, like top 3 Aeons from 10?
Yojimbo.
Yo!
Dark Yojimbo.
You can only mention Yojimbo once. Each Aeon.
No, you can't change the rules after the questions.
Yeah,
are
this is
posed.
crazy.
Too bad.
Probably.
I'm the DM.
Exion.
You can't do that. That's against the rules.
I made up the rules, Bob.
I am the DM. That's what I do.
But Bob, you forget I'm the smug elf.
Half elf.
Yeah, the other half is smug.
No, the other half is human, which means you're basic.
Collectively, which Aeon do you think is the worst?
Ooh.
Everyone who's not Yojimbo.
You know what? I'll say it. I am not a fan of the Magus sisters.
I haven't even used them yet, and I probably don't like them. Yeah, they look like a bunch of insects.
They are a bunch of.
Okay. And which Aeon do you think does the most damage without an overdrive hit?
Bahamut.
Yojimbo.
Yeah, he's not wrong, because Zanmato doesn't have a damage value. The target is just cut in half and they die.
How does it feel knowing that Yojimbo is just a more pricier Odin?
It's crazy that you made that comparison, because it's actually accurate.
I don't know, man. Odin's got a horse.
But Yojimbo has a dog.
Yeah, but Odin has Zantetsuken. What's cooler?
Zansetsugen!
Yeah, what's cooler than Zantetsuken?
2 Zankotsuken.
Hellfire.
Hellfire? Wait,
I mean, I would have said Diamond
Aaron,
Dust.
did we ever fight? Did we ever get a Yojimbo in 14?
Yes.
Yeah, he was in Hildebrand.
Of course he was.
Wait, you fought?
He was also in he was also one of the first expert dungeons in Stormblood.
Really?
Yes.
Yes,
he
he was.
Yeah.
The 3.0 Or is it 4.0?
Was it
4.0 expert
Shisui?
quest.
No, it wasn't Shisui.
No, it wasn't Shisui. It was like you had to go break into the castle. It's the Kugane Castle.
No, Kugane
Damn,
Castle's
I'm a
not
nerd.
him at the end. That's somebody else.
I'm gonna
Jay
laugh
says,
if it is.
says he's a guard for some corrupt noble in Stormblood post MSQ.
No, it is Kugane Castle, and it is Yojimbo.
Yeah, like it.
Kingo
Yes.
Castle unlocks Kugane Castle.
The Kugane Castle dungeon. Yes.
Yes, doing this quest unlocks his dungeon before you fight him. I don't think you fight him.
You. He is the dungeon boss. He appears again in the story.
Interesting.
Later,
Didn't Anima also
nerd.
show up in 14 again?
では前に出ます
Okay. Sorry about that, chat. We are getting things in order here. I did just get the tweet out. Do me the favor, go give that some love. And you're going to be blitzing through the content today. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. All right. It is up and online. Let me grab you guys today's sauce, and then we're good to go. Blitzball stream confirmed? No, it's actually not a Blitzball stream. Are you kidding me? I wouldn't debate you guys with that. Wow, I have a 6K bit rate with YouTube, and YouTube is complaining that it's not an even higher bit rate. And yet the stream quality is still good according to it, so just let me know if there's any issues on that side of things, guys. People on YouTube. Okay. Hello, everybody. Here is today's artwork. Do me the favor, go give the artist some love as well. Of course, yes, of course. Apparently my hair is getting like long again just because it's been long enough since my last haircut. So I'm having to like do things to it to like get it to behave. But how is everybody doing today? I have a special ream of napkins here because I have determined what my hand numbness was from. The good news is, chat, I don't have like diabetes or anything. The bad news is I appear to have cubital tunnel syndrome. It's like carpal tunnel, but carpal tunnel is your wrist. Cubital tunnel is your elbow. So all the time I am kind of setting my hand on this stuff. So I've got basically, well, setting my elbow on this stuff. Basically, I've got like just a wad of like napkins here to serve as like a temporary like cushion in effect. So that like I can just move my hand around, not have to pick it up, and I'll have something to rest my elbow on. And literally, it's already making a noticeable difference because earlier today, my entire hand was like beginning, not entire hand, but at least like the left half of my hand was beginning to go numb. And that's how you know it's my pinky and my ring finger in particular. Which, what sucks is this is my mouse hand. Thankfully, it's not the two fingers that really matter for that, but it's like, hey, this is not good. I need to make sure I do something about that. Cat needs a boob mouse pad. Like, unironically, yeah. like, honestly, it wouldn't really help because that would help the wrist more than anything. But like, what I would do is I would take it and I would put it under my elbow. So, it is what it is. Yeah, it's a very, very interesting thing. Again, chat, we have the anniversary that's going to be coming out tonight on NA. So make sure you guys log in, get your courts tomorrow. If you don't log in tomorrow, you will just miss out on like 30 courts. So you definitely don't want to do that. It's literally just a free multi. You can definitely try to like clear out your mailbox and stuff a little bit and prep for whatchamacallit, for actually, yeah, I don't really have much I need to do right here. I think it's blue apples today on NA. But literally it's like, yeah, you can do a little bit of prep for NA on that side of things, and I'm talking like just like clearing out inventory and stuff, but you really shouldn't have to. It's not too big of a concern. And then JP, we found out today that we are in fact getting a Lotto. One of you guys had asked me, I think it was literally yesterday, like, hey, do you think JP's gonna get something here? And I was like, yes. Like, logic would dictate that they're going to get some kind of event before the anniversary. And if you guys remember, I did say Lotto was definitely one of the things that we could get. So the good news is it is a Lotto. The bad news is it's a Lotto. So, I mean, obviously you get a lot of like good stuff for that, but then there's the issue of like having to actually spend the time grinding it. So it is what it is. JP, I've got to do a little bit of inventory maintenance, which I actually already did some. So I'm already down to like 200 slots, which you're probably thinking like, Cat, that's still way too much. And you're right, it is. But most of that is just embers. So I can just like I'm trying to get situated with all the stuff that's not embers at the moment. Time to become a hermit? Yes. Also, for what it's worth, we know we're getting a Lotto, like, I think it's on the 2nd. We have a couple of days here. If you're worried about, like, say, your AP and stuff on JP, and, like, you're wanting to mostly do, again, like, your berserker farming here, you definitely can, but my advice, come right down here to the teapots and storm pods, turn off your storm pods. Why? Because in like a day or two here, you're not going to be able to do it without the cost of storm pods. So don't spend them now. Hold on to them. Do the nodes without the requirement. Then when the requirement kicks in, you'll have storm pods, then do them. So that would be my advice to you guys, at least in the short term here. At least this is a non-tax season Lotto. Like, in a weird way, though, it sucks because it's happening on my vacation yet again. And honestly, I feel like the past 4 years this has been the case. So a little bit, I'm kind of tired of it. It's a good time of year. Don't get me wrong. It's just one of those deals where it's like, dude, I don't want to spend all of the time that I have off of work grinding the fucking Lotto. It just, that actually does like mentally kill me to a degree, that I'm sitting here going like, oh my God, I just want time off from everything, right? Like, not just work, but also like in a weird way, FGO, like not FGO. I'll still play FGO, but in the sense that it's like, I just don't want to have crap that I have to do. That is admittedly being like one of the big issues that I have right now playing on both servers. It's been kind of shit of late, where there's always something you need to be doing on either server. And I don't think that's a good thing. I understand it's a live service game. They got to keep stuff going. But we're at this point where I feel like the stuff they're making us do isn't necessarily like engaging and good stuff. Like, I don't mind an event. I don't mind having a story or anything like that. I feel like all of those things are engaging. But instead, we get a lot of, like, tchotchke things in the interim. The Lotto is definitely a good thing. The Lotto is not something I'm including in that. But we do get, like, in the downtime, a lot of these just like, hey, go do this. Hey, go do that. Hey, go do this. Hey, go do that. That I'm like, they got to do better about. Especially when they overlap it during an actual event. And that's where it's been like, oh, I finished the event early. And you're almost like, you're almost like immediately inundated with here's more shit to do so that you don't stop playing. But also then on the flip side, if you're not already done with the event, then you're punished for not already being done with the event. Now you have to double time, basically. So I think that's definitely something they need to look at. I think they're afraid to let players relax. And I think, honest to God, if you are somebody at this point that is still playing FGO, you're in it for the long haul. You like this game. You're going to keep playing this game. It's not a problem. The devs need to stop like trying to nickel and dime you and strangle you and shackle you to the game as much, because people just like it. And I feel like the more they try to do that, the more they're just going to end up pissing people off. And I don't think that's a good thing. Also, I did remember there is something else I got to do here real quick. Yep, I have Galatea's interlude that I have to get done real fast because I don't have Galatea on JP. At least I don't think. Do I have Galatea on JP? I might. I have to try hard on both because Lotto's overlapping. Yeah, and I'm not going to say that they shouldn't, that they should like have to do everything in accordance with like we need to respect the NA server and we can't overlap stuff. I totally get that. But I do think in general their attempts to keep the players playing every single day is not a good thing. For the new beginner account, will you take part in events if not time gated? Yeah, I don't see any like assuming I can, yes. I don't see any reason not to. It will definitely be more precarious on an account like that because I don't have enough efficiency yet. Wait, what am I doing? Let's card the one on the back line there first. We'll NP the middle one. We'll card the one on the back end because that's the one that I'm least likely to NP. Although I guess, I probably should have carded the front one because all of my carding would have defaulted to it. But oh well. Pop the buff there. Oh, do I go with that quick card or do I go with Buster? Go with the quick card. Shouldn't you focus more? Well, here's the thing. I just do both. However, I'm going to say this. This does have to get mentioned, okay? Because there was a period of about a month there earlier this year where y'all wouldn't let up about there's only going to be one Lotto. I told you guys to chill out with that. And I feel like I'm completely vindicated now. I don't know why people insist on dooming and glooming shit like that. But sometimes y'all got to actually listen to what I'm saying. I'm not going to say I'm 100% right, but I was basically telling people that was a one-off thing. Sure, maybe they do it again in the future, but I doubt they will. And the reason I doubted they would is for multiple reasons here. One, the player base would be up in arms about it. Two, straight up, Lottos work for them. It's actually a really good thing for the developers to give you a Lotto. It's a catch-up mechanism. And it's also relatively low-effort content on behalf of the devs, as you see here. This is them giving us a Lotto right now is literally them stalling for anniversary. They don't have to do very much for it. That's why I'm going to bring this up. Is because people keep insisting that it's like, we're not getting a second Lotto. And I'm like, you're wrong. That's the only way I can say it. Okay. When people get so dug in on their position and they keep hounding me in stream about it, you have to understand if you're not going to be reasonable, I'm not going to be reasonable. Most of the time, I'm pretty reasonable with you guys. I try to give you guys a pretty, like, honest take and stuff like that. But when I see somebody entrench on something that is not factual, it is clearly opinionated, you're welcome to that opinion, but I don't want to be repeatedly harassed by it. And that kind of was the case earlier this year. So, again, please let this serve as a lesson that, hey, the devs are not constantly out to get you. They're not trying to constantly nickel and dime you. They're not trying to shortchange you in every single capability, because it's not good for the devs to do that. You have to at least trust them, okay? To some extent. It was more they were going so long without a Lotto and it was gnawing at them, which I get. No, I mean, that was last year, right? Like, last year where we actually had one Lotto, people were like, where's the Lotto, where's the Lotto, where's the Lotto? And if you guys will remember back to last year, I did say it's like, it is entirely possible we only get one Lotto this year. We'll just have to wait and see. It's not the end of the world. And I also tried to caution you guys back then, and again, like, try to preach patience and stuff to you guys. And then we got the Lotto, and then instead the messaging became, we're only getting one Lotto from now on. And I was just like, dude, just because something happens one time does not make it a pattern. I don't understand you guys in that regard. I will never understand it. And not all of you, okay? Like I'm definitely not saying this is an everyone issue. But there are people that will just repeatedly keep asking me the same question day after day. They will keep hammering the same thing over and over again. And it is tiresome, because there's only so many ways I can answer a question. There's only so many times I can tell you, hey, like, you just got to be patient. We'll just have to wait and see. You just got to trust the devs. After that point, I don't know what else I'm left with, because I don't have the answer. I am not a developer. I can think like one. I can try to predict them, but I'm not one. So I'm not where you should go for your grievance at that point. It's the nicest way I can say it, but it's like, please go voice your frustration with the devs somehow. I don't know, on like Twitter or something, you can try to make your voice heard. I get that there is no direct avenue to the devs. That is a problem with this game. I've said it many times. Straight up, the communication of the dev team with its player base is ass. It is one of the worst I've ever seen in any video game. The only difference here is I don't believe the FGO devs are attempting to lie to us. Usually the devs are straight shooting with us. They just don't communicate very often, and it's one way. It's always them talking from on high, never any sort of dialogue or conversation. Dev communication, FGO, utter dog trash. I agree. But there is nothing we can do about it. Like, I don't know what to do at that point. Waiting for Cad to crash out on chat. Honestly, it's not that I'll crash out on chat. I'll crash out on a chatter. That will be what will happen. And it has happened a couple times before. Usually I'm pretty nice about it, but I try to tell you guys, like, hey, stop. And if the hey, stop isn't heeded, I will double my effort. And doubling my effort's going to be a little bit more brunt, a little bit more brutal. Apply it, single, yeah. The community literally has to set the internet on fire to get the devs to respond. CNE9. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But do you know what probably scared the devs more than anything? And what actually made them act? It wasn't even the Twitter warriors or like the Reddit people or like the YouTube videos. They knew. It was the combination of everything. It was the general consensus was this is bad, and that this is so bad that players will quit over this. That is what scared them. The players will quit over this. And they're absolutely right to be afraid of that. They couldn't not know they'd have to be blind. Yeah. And like I said, the speed at which they reacted to it tells me that they both already had a fix. Like they already knew what to do to fix the system. And that they probably also at least somewhat anticipated it. I assume their hands were tied and they couldn't do a whole lot. But I do think they knew. Okay, we'll do that. And then it looks like it's going to be another NP for the last one. Remember when Tucson didn't want to say what's on the next slide? No, I don't. I think stuff like that is probably people reading too much into things, right? I think whenever people are like, oh man, he didn't want to say this, he didn't want to do this, it's like, I do think to a degree there may be some truth to it, but I think people will always overblow it. And that's where I will always push back against it. Because to me, it is much, much less of an issue than people probably make it out to be. I think Tucson literally just, he's got a job to do. He's got to toe that line. But I also think to the same degree, as a developer, you guys have to understand, as much as he wants to take care of the game, as much as he wants to fight for like the things that you guys want, he probably also benefits if the game does well. It is what it is, chat. If you had to sacrifice a mod for the final Aeon, who would you give up? Any mod? Any? Chop, because he's never here anymore. Got him. What form would he take? I don't know. I literally don't know. Okay, we got that. Do I not have Rama on JP? No, I do. Okay. I was going to say, I was like, holy crap. Yeah, so I have everybody. That doesn't matter. I guess it's 50% off, but that's 50% off for the next 13 days, so I'm going to focus on the Berserker stuff first. But yeah, I think in general, the FGO community has issues. I've talked about it numerous times, but I think the community's got to do a better job of, complaining when it matters and not when it doesn't. I see some absolute smooth-brained, like, no ridges takes on Twitter all the time. I see really, really stupid comments get made. I see, again, you guys coming in here sometimes day after day asking me the same question because you don't like the answer. You keep asking it, hoping for a different one. And it's like, I don't know what to do about that stuff. Like, the community just has its issues. People have their grievances. There's not much we can do. But unfortunately, the content creator while you can voice your complaints to us, we are not the actual outlet for it. You're literally screaming into the void, or you're screaming into a wall with us. And it's like all we can do is either echo the sentiment or disagree with it. At the end of the day, not much you can do in that regard. Can I complain if Gouda gets canceled again? Well, let me ask. Are you going to ask me? Is Gouda going to get canceled, Cad? Is Gouda done? And like, is this going to be a thing for like months on end until we get another Gouda? Because I'll probably tell you to fuck off at some point. Like, because again, who controls Gouda getting canceled? Not me. So it's like, nor do I have the answer. I can tell you Gouda is very likely to return. And it's not that it ever even got canceled, but you guys will frame it in such a way that it did. And that's, I think, something you guys, usually when you're asking these questions, you actually just need to turn inward and ask yourself, is what I'm asking actually like a thing? Because like I get asking questions where it's like, hey, you don't know the answer, and you're curious, or you just want to hear my thoughts on something. That's fine. I have no issue with that. Also, did I just one tap that with just one NP? Huh. No, Cat is inside influence trust. Chat. Do you know why a statement like that'll piss me off? Because I wish I did. I wish I did. If I had inside influence in the game, this would be so much of a better game. So much. That clickbaity attitude when some people interpret some things like this gets tired for sure. Yeah, it's like basically people will see a event that happens. And I don't mean like an FGO event. I mean like just a generalistic like some sort of occurrence, right? They'll see an occurrence and they will think, what's the worst possible way I can interpret this? And I swear to God, some people will. And I'm just like, I don't know, man. I don't know what to do. People are a product of their experiences, but they also just choose to view the world through their own lens. You can't control what shape that lens is, what magnification it's set to. Some people are looking at the stars. Some people are frying ants on the sidewalk. There is nothing you can do about it. So it just is what it is. We could easily sacrifice burning. Come on, chat. Okay, then you know what? You're right. We're sacrificing Ash. Oh, yep, that's what you get. Tried to throw another mod under the bus. And you know what? We're taking the Final Fantasy X approach. We're sacrificing you, but we're not going to use you. Bob, man with a gun. See, Bob would make an excellent final Aeon. Except Bob, I will say, you've lied in the creation of this poll. Bob would absolutely not have a gun. He'd have a ruler. Like it's just obvious to me. Ripash, you will not be remembered. Wow. Wow, Torek. You know what? You're right. I think I have the solution here, since the mods are just being generally toxic. What if, chat, we created a, like, human centipede of the mods, and we just sacrificed all of them at once? And we made this sort of, like, final Aeon Ouroboros. I tuned out at Human Centipede, that's right. Let me eat Taco Bell first, though. Jesus. That is some visual. I specifically am just trying to put it in the mods' brains. That it can always get worse. I have too many tabs open again. God, I hate when this happens. Oh yeah, chat, over the weekend we watched the entire Fast and Furious series. And we watched the first two Sharknadoes. And I just have to say, Ash didn't like them. Okay, so chat, we did get news. JP is getting a, quote, July box event. If you don't know what that means, that's a lotto. And the reason I'm also gonna, like, bring this up, the devs are always super obvious when it's a lotto coming. They've never not been, and yet people are always like, hey, do you think this could be a lotto? If you have to ask, the answer's no. Because again, they're really straightforward with all of it. They always let you know. So it is scheduled to begin Wednesday, July 2nd. So literally a week from now. Okay? As we already mentioned before in my little rant there, like, lottos make a whole lot of sense. They are literally just easy content for the devs to push out. It's going to keep the players preoccupied. The players are not going to, like, sit there complaining constantly about other shit. They're just going to do the lotto. And that works for them since they need to tide people over with Anniversary coming up. This also works from the standpoint of this allows people to work on their grands. If you had maybe gotten a ton of grails, but you didn't have embers, there you go. If you maybe had embers and grails, but you didn't have QP, there you go. So this is really a nice timing for it. It is normally what they do. At this point, I'd have to check, but at this point, I think we might have actually had more summer lottos than fall lottos. You have had like one or two spring lottos, but those are rare. So again, in general, I think this is the thing. And that's also probably, I think, where the hey, we're only going to get one lotto this year started coming up. Is it was the spring and we didn't have another lotto. And I guess people were like getting triggered by that. I don't know. I would never assume we're having a spring lotto unless there's some exceptions. I remember talking to Avalon. I think Avalon was thinking that it was possible we could get a spring lotto at one point. But at least for me, I think I was pretty much always in, like, of the stance. It's like, no, it will not be a spring lotto this year. Part of the reason why is just the general like story chapter releasing. We knew the timing of the stories. We knew we were getting OC4 for quite a while. So I never assumed we were getting a spring Lotto. Ever. Not even once. Even when like I was talking with Avalon gave me these like scenarios where it was like, hey, they could do a Lotto here. And I was just like, no, I don't see it. That's usually that's my gut instinct talking. I don't feel like they're going to do one here. And my gut instinct is really good at predicting this game at this point. I'm not surprised we're getting one. I think this is exactly pretty much when I expected them to do it. I guess the only downside, if you're somebody that plays NA and JP, is going to be that on NA, you have anniversary and all the stuff you need to do for that. And you maybe are going to want to like farm members or something on NA. On JP, you've got the Lotto. So you're going to have to juggle both. That's definitely probably the thing I'm not looking forward to the most, is having to juggle both, but I'll find a way. And again, honestly, at this point, we are so efficient at Lottos. And the summer Lotto is almost always a fest-style Lotto, which is really good for efficiency, as you just will get like the max rank node right away. So unless that changes, I think we can just expect that this is going to be a Lotto that we are very quickly and easily going to be able to farm. You might expect to see me just go absolutely apeshit and kill this Lotto within like 2 to 3 days. What do I mean by that? I mean, hit my 500 box goal in like 2 to 3 days. It's just what it is. It's my vacation time. I don't really feel like grinding a Lotto too much during it. So it is what it is. Now, what is your guess for what mats are going to be in the boxes? I think a strong guess is dust. A strong guess is dust. For obvious reasons, right? Like, it has been so long that I think the devs kind of have to. They're at this point where it's like, they've avoided it for as long as they reasonably could, and we only had one Lotto last year. So, we'll just have to see. Avalon would be really happy to hear that. Yeah, and like, Avalon brings it up because he needs it, but it's a valid point. Chat, if somebody really needs a material, ask yourself why they do. Like, when I get a new player playing the game, they're like, man, these serpent eyes just suck. And you're sitting there as a veteran, you're like, I've got like 5,000 of these things. What do you mean, right? It's a blind spot. That's, you understand how things ended up that way for you, but you can't fathom that the new player didn't have access to those things because you're not thinking about it. And that's usually going to be the case with some of these older materials. They're not necessarily given out as much because there were so many lucrative ways to get them in the past that now there may not be those lucrative ways. And these new players may struggle to get them because they're still needed in great quantities. Dust is another one of those examples where it's just like, yeah, those of us that played from the early days of FGO have a shit ton of it. Those of you that start now, good luck. Yes, a Lotto Galactic. Hello. Thank you for the 45. Jack, can we get some love for Galactic? JP is getting a Lotto, starting on the 2nd. So we do have the bonus units. We do know there is at least like some theming here. Again, like across some of these units, there's definitely some Japanese theming, but I feel like that's really prevalent in the game, so that may not be a big deal. There's several Raita units here. So that's another interesting one. But I think, at least for now, reading too much into this, probably don't need to, because you've got other units like, say, Lohi right here, where it's like, she's probably also going to be on rate up because it's relevancy. It's like she's a newer berserker, and they're trying to make sure that like people feel like she's good. So I think that can be a thing. You've got Cuckoo on bonus. That's That's a little terrifying. At least that'll be something I can exploit. And don't get me wrong, like in general, this is just always going to be the case with these things. It is what it is. The fact that Ibuki Doji Berserker's also damage bonus is kind of hilarious. So I think it's like, I don't expect this to be a very hard lotto. I expect this to be a very lucrative lotto. But we'll have to see, because they did not tell us anything about the makeup of the event. They did not tell us anything about the materials of the event. Like, I could probably go back at my list of like mats and like try to predict, but it's really not that big of a deal. And then, yeah, they're having a pre-campaign for it, but this is also not much of anything. It's just, hey, you're going to get some quartz and a ticket. That's really all it is. Yeah, you also get the great and super success rates getting doubled for the bonus units. And then same thing, basically half cost strengthenings of the target servants. Of the target servants. So that explains why my Rama is half cost. Oh, yeah, and they also have increased bond points. Okay, so yeah, it's like, there's really not much you can do. My advice is you guys should spend some time. You should try to, like, clear out your mailboxes and stuff ahead of time. Actually kind of get stuff under control for your account as we move into this. Because, again, you're not going to get another lotto for a little bit here. I think your next lotto probably comes at the end of the year. And not at the very end, but at least probably, like, I'd say like November, maybe early December, but I think the end of the year will be the story conclusion. So what would there be? It's a lotto, yeah. We've had 0 welfares this year so far, have we? Don't make me go look this up. Because if you're lying, like, I haven't looked at that, but wasn't one for my little dragon. Yeah, I will say we have had a shit ton of evocation festivals this year, so I don't even think that's a big deal at the moment. Valentine's didn't have one. And then you had Story. Chaldea Boys does not normally have one anyway, so... Yep. Zero new. Because that is definitely a rerun right there, and we don't get reruns too often. Yeah. Yeah, we just haven't had a lot of events this year. That's basically been the issue. Like, so far this year, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so we're on 4 events in only 6 months. That's not a good pace. But it is what it is. Does getting the other version count as new? I would say yes. Yeah, to me, To me, I don't think it's a big deal. Like people are gonna be like, oh, we haven't had any welfares this year. That's not the problem. I'm sorry, chat. That's literally not a problem. Not when you have had 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 parts for the Evocation Festival done all this year. You've had 5 Evocation Festivals. So you have literally been given a minimum, assuming 3 in each one, and some of them have 4. You've been given a minimum of 15 new possible welfares you can gain. So welfares, I wouldn't even bring that up. That's a non-issue. The issue is you've only had 4 events. Now, you have had story. But even here, with an event coming in July, you will have had 5 events in 7 months. It's not a good rate. Okay? Even if you assume every other month gets at least 1 event, that still only puts you at 10 events for the year. That's crap. Like, FGO used to run on average like 15 events plus. 15 was their like low bar for a while. And then, yeah, lately we've been getting like anywhere from 10 to 12 events in a year, and it's just awful. Year 8 had 10 events, not 9. Did you count the Typhon event? Did I count the Typhon event? You're right, I didn't. And why didn't I? I have to say it again. Whoever is running fandom is doing a shit job. Sorry. I understand it's volunteers. But we lock it down. We don't let other people contribute. And we don't include it. Like, you've got all this shit up, and I know it's here. Like it existed, but we didn't put it down here. Like, I guarantee you if I go look up Wings of Tears. Oh, right, Wings of Lacrimation. Because fandom wanted to be spicy. So it's like, it has a page. It exists. What's the problem? They just didn't put it in. At all. And chat, like, I don't think it's a huge deal. But the last event on here was June 6th. So they've just literally not added it to anything. Because it's not in ongoing events either. Like, this is just all the Grand Duel Berserker stuff. So, they just fucked up. That's all it is. And they just haven't added it, and it's been weeks. That's on them. It's not ongoing anymore? Oh, true. So why isn't it down here? Like, that is my issue with this stuff. I feel like fandom does an invaluable service for the community. And that's why I don't like trashing and shitting on the people that do fandom. Because they are such a good thing for the community to have. But when things go awry for long periods of time, it has to be called out. And frankly speaking, This is the JP side. Where I'm used to seeing this shit is on the NA side. The NA side is normally really crappily taken care of. The JP side is normally the better side. So if JP's fucking up, I can only assume it's that, like, people are just not caring. They're not, like, actually getting the updates that they need to, or they're just not paying attention because they don't care enough. And that's not a good thing. Lacrimation, wow, that is the most pretentious way to say crying I've ever heard. Yeah, it really is. Like, it is what it is. I don't really care. But to me, fandom just kind of needs to do a better job overall, because it's already at the point, and I hate to say it, but this is the honest to God truth. I love using fandom for, like, making content because it's such a nice format. But when it comes to JP, I don't rely on fandom anymore. I am always either using Atlas for imminent releases of units, or App Media for descriptions of events and nodes and challenges. Fandom is so fucking slow at updating now, you can't use them if you want to. And that's a problem. That shouldn't be that way. Those aren't even the current rate up servants either. I mean, like I said, it's like, oh, okay, the event ended yesterday. I don't think that's a problem. But, like, in general, I'm not talking about this one instance more than I'm talking about overall. They have got to, like, step up their game again and do a better job of it if they want people to continue to rely on this resource. Because when a resource becomes unreliable, people do not continue to return to it. They don't support it after that point. So they're treading a dangerous line of kind of becoming unreliable. Now chat for Septem. But yeah, I hate having to call them out because I think they deserve better. And I think it's not nearly, they're not nearly appreciated enough. But unfortunately, that's something that happens is I think sadly people only notice when shit goes wrong on fandom. And to me, that's where fandom does need to say, like, hey, if we don't have the people, if we're not getting the volunteers, they need to reach out in some way, shape, or form. On Reddit, on Twitter, on, just in general, like any sort of like social media, or approach one of the content creators. It would also work. Get your name out there and say, hey, we need help. And I feel like there would be so many people in the community that would be willing to. But unfortunately, with the way fandom is currently run, it is locked down, and the people that want to help can't unless they like jump through hoops in order to be able to like step through the process to getting added. Like, for instance, I know Avalon has done numerous edits, but Avalon's not one of the, like, approved people as far as I know. At least not last I talked to him. Okay. Chat, we are literally just going to be, like, continuing Septem here. I believe I already did my daily roll. I did get Eric Bloodaxe, so that was nice. Oh, never mind. It reset here just, like, 12 minutes ago. We can do another one. Another Salome copy, but not too much yet. Again, rolling your FP, it's going to be really slow. You're going to get stuff. It'll be new, but it's going to take you a bit. And some of the things I won't get to talk about until I acquire them. But certainly, if you get them, you can definitely read through their skills. And even if it's someone I haven't talked about yet, you can still use them effectively if you understand the way everything works in their kit, which is actually not that complex. FGO is not a complex game at its surface level. It's a very, very simplistic game. It is just one that has a lot of depth and can be difficult to master. But again, the goal here is just to kind of complete Septem, milk it for all the FP I can, and to basically just keep kind of going with it. Wasn't their page open to edits like most wikis? I believe, and Avalon's told me this, is like the way they operate is when something is first released, the page is open for like the first 24 hours, I want to say, and then they lock it down. Which I think like for servant releases, that's fine. I think for events, clearly stuff is like not getting done. And I think it takes people that are more aware of the formatting for an event and it like on fandom in order to be able to help out. Okay, we immediately have enough charge. You can see just how much like having waiver is paying dividends to my account because it just lets me start doing so many things turn one. If I didn't have waiver, I would have to wait and I would have to delay in so many circumstances. It's not the end of the world. It's not impossible to do, but this is one of the reasons why I started with them. It just makes new player account creation a breeze. It makes getting into the game a lot more manageable, I would say. It's not that you can't do it otherwise. The early game's not hard. Like, I was literally tempted to pick one of the Artorias for my starting character just because they're my favorites. And it would not have been, like, too difficult on me if I did. But taking waivers, a huge quality of life increase, literally just speeds me up. Makes every node faster. It makes every single one of my characters hit harder. And that is a good thing. Okay, so this would be the upgrade there to Castor Coup, but we're actually returning back from Gaul, aka France. Gonna take Umu again. This is all assassins, so let's see here. Do I have another caster I really want to slot in? Not really at the moment, so I think we'll just kind of stick with this. New account? Yes, this is my sort of new player account. It's a free-to-play account. We're doing it for like walkthrough purposes to give people a little bit of a mind's eye as to like how a veteran player is going to play the game and explain all of the stuff that I'm going through and like why I'm doing the things that I'm doing. Yeah, you can definitely do things faster than what I do, but one of the reasons I am approaching it this way is this is sort of a min-max strategy for long-term resources. That being said, at the end of the day, there's definitely an argument to be made that taking extra time here and milking FP out of this is maybe not worth. But admittedly, one of the issues I have is I'm a very busy person. I balance a whole lot of stuff, and it's maybe not the best use of my time to do it this way. But if you're somebody that does have a ton of time to play the game, then you absolutely should be doing it this way. And that's kind of why I choose to approach it this way. This is the way people probably should do it to get the most out of it. Because, yeah, you can just take some really high-powered, like, 120 character and have them just blitz you through the story ASAP. But you really don't need to, and you can still do this way and get away with it when the game allows you to gain a little bit more FP, and it will make your account better short-term quite a bit. Long-term, maybe not so much. There we go. So same deal here. We've got a single target, but we are NPing one of them, and then we are going to use her cards to take out the other with a break chain here. And it's just fairly straightforward, fairly easy to handle. Did I take part one to learn how to play the game? A little bit. There's still concepts I have not talked about quite a bit here. And I think in general, some of the stuff expressly assumes that you do understand basic gaming concepts. If you are somebody that's really new to gaming, some of the stuff I may say might sound like jargon to you. Things like a DPS, even just talking about carding, you may not even know what I'm referring to. I'm referring to the command cards, right? So it's like, some of that could definitely confuse people, but I don't think it's that big of a concern. So still getting the tutorial missions, which again is really nice. The tutorial missions make so much of the new account onboarding process so much better. And it's something that I really stress to you guys to take advantage of. Not that you really have any choice, but as you get them, it's just going to make leveling up your first couple of units just so much easier than it otherwise would be. The big thing at the moment that I'm noticing is that, like, gyms in particular are a little bit of a problem for this stuff. Not that I didn't already know that, but maybe a little bit more than even I first anticipated. And so that's something to talk about, at least in the sense that usually where a lot of players get their skill gems from are actually from lottery events. We only normally get like 2 of those a year. So that is a concern if you haven't managed to like go through one of those, or you maybe don't qualify for the event somehow. So it is something you should be aware of, but that is usually how people get their kind of their needs met early on. In the interim, there's only really 2 other options. One is other just events where maybe it's like in the event shop, and the second is just going and farming the training grounds. You do get some gems from the tutorials, but it's not a whole lot, and you need a ton of them early on for unit skills and stuff. So I think it's a huge concern. But I do think, again, as you start like heading towards a point where you're like, man, I really need this character to get better. I need more in their charge skill. I need more in their damage skill. That's where I think it's like, okay, it may be time to watch those training ground dailies, see the rotation that they're going on, and then when it's the right day for the class you need, sit down and farm it. No problem with that. If you can manage to get, you know, some of your units up and online and prepared, it's going to alleviate the need for other units to get to that point. So it's a really, really big deal there in that regard. Is it just one Roman here on the final wave? That's really odd. Some of these early Singularity nodes are very weirdly structured. It wasn't even like a boss enemy. It was just a single Roman. But that's just the general way that nodes are loaded out is different early in the game because they were experimenting with stuff back when all this stuff came out, as opposed to like nowadays nodes are very much 3 waves only. You do get odd makeups in the sense that it's maybe not always 3 enemies in a wave, but it's always 3 waves in an entire like node, and it's very rare that we ever get anything other than that. Oh yeah, the shape dial. I still love how Jerker's using that German there. Yeah. She's edgy, is what it feels like they're trying to do. In a holding pattern until the first Lotto rolled around, gems and OP stuff, and QP. Yeah, I think like the big things that I would really stress in terms of like getting skill gems online, usually meta supports. Absolutely. So a unit like Waver, a unit like Koinskaya, like Castoria, if you manage to have one of those are the really big ones that you need to get them kind of working as fast as you can, because they dictate the strength of the rest of your account. And they also enable strategies for the rest of your account. So that's to me like number one. And I actually have an entire video that talks about like how to skill up units and skill priority. That's definitely something I recommend a new player watch, because it's really, really useful. And generally speaking, meta supports are my top thing. They're going to be the immediate thing that I'm going to recommend to people. After that, number 2, always charge skills. A unit's charge capacity usually is what determines their damage output. So much so to the extent that having more charge capability allows you to start out with better craft essences that deal more damage, that enhance your capability. Or it allows you to work with different support setups that also enhance your damage capability. Or it allows you to work in different setups with other damage dealers that enhances your capacity. Charge is super important in this game. It has been the meta for a long time. The devs have done various things to try to muck with that, but never have they really like done away with it entirely. And I prioritize them usually over even damage skills. There are exceptions, but generally speaking, those exceptions are when the charge skill is a very small amount, and I'm not going to get a whole lot out of leveling it. So let's say it's like, oh, you have a charge skill where it's a base of 10%, and you're going to level it up and it gets to 20%. 20% can be a good breakpoint, can still have a lot of value, but short term, working on that over, say, like the damage skill may not be a huge issue. So at that point, it may be of more value to you to instead prioritize the damage skill. And damage skills are usually the third on the list. So that's where it's like, yeah, there can be sometimes points where maybe things move around a little bit for you and you're maybe not like sure of which one to prioritize, but that's generally how I operate. There's also, you know, skills where like the charge hits a like nice break point. An example would be Nidocris skill, where it actually goes over 100%, so you don't need to lure that skill. You don't need to take it all the way to rank 10. Instead, you can take it up to 8, and then you can leave it there, because that's going to be 100% charge. So at that point, you look at a skill like that, and you say, like, okay, so should I level this to 9? And it's like, no, instead, you should be focusing on one of her other skills, rather than taking it further. Knowing those breakpoints can definitely help. What those breakpoints are, though, can be a little bit different depending on an account. Like, for instance, you may have a unit that can get their charge skill up to 25%. And maybe when that skill is lured, it would be 30%. But you don't have the resources or capability to do it really that much, and it would be kind of cost prohibitive for you to do. Maybe you also can't take a whole lot of advantage of it, even if you could get it to 30%. But maybe if we look at the 25% charge that you could get to, maybe you have a starting charge craft essence that grants 75% charge. Maybe it's a 60%er that's been MLB'd. That has a whole lot of value. That can absolutely be of use and of benefit to you then to actually sit there and say like, hey, yeah, leaving this at 25% works for me. It's just already a good resting point for the skill for my account at the moment. And you'll eventually, you know, get the skill all the way up to being 30% charge, but until you reach a point where that's more necessary or you need that higher damage output, it may not be a thing that you really have to struggle with too much. Oh boy, Skeleman. Hey, JC. For a more budget servant, Medea is the same. Yeah, there's the concept in FGO, especially with low star units, that some units require very minimal investment to work. An example I can give you is if we look at like Kiyohime Berserker. Kiyo Berserker is definitely a pretty solid 3-star. However, the issue that you can frequently run into with her is that she is a very high investment unit. That is to say, in order to actually, that's not what I want to do. In order to actually get more capability, more damage output out of her, and we're going to stagger the cards here again, you would have to really invest in her skills. Or you could look at one of her competitors. That competitor is Darius. Darius does literally 95% of the damage that she'll do with basically no investment. All you have to do is level him up. You don't have to use his skills at all, or rather level his skills at all. So there's some logic to that where it's like long term, maybe Kiyohime's better, but short term, absolutely Darius is the better option to go with. So that type of mentality, I think, is a good thing to have. You need to have a short term approach, kind of going for units that have better bang for their buck early on in your account's history, as opposed to later on when you have all the resources and you have all the capability, getting that additional unit up is going to help your account, and you're going to have way more capability to do so and to work on the unit compared to early on in the game where you're not necessarily going to. Habitron's a fantastic unit. The problem with Habitron is you're not going to get Habitron very quickly. Scotty saved so much time for me in Lottos when I started FGO. Yeah, I think like getting meta supports in general is really, really good. And it's something that I can't stress to you guys enough. And I see a lot of people are like, oh, but you're trying to play like for gameplay rather than, you know, like for love or something like that. And I'm like, I totally understand. However, early on, you should absolutely play for gameplay. Absolutely. It'll just make your life in the game easier. And FGO can be a really tedious game at times. So I feel like if you make your early time in the game less tedious, less annoying, more smooth, it's going to make your later time in the game more enjoyable. Because then your later time in the game is you get to roll for and invest in all of the units you really want, right? Because usually what I tell people is like, go after some of those meta supports. They're the enablers. They are what unlock certain strategies in this game. If you can get them on your account, you have a solution to a whole lot of problems at that point. Therefore, it makes it so much easier to acquire additional options for your account. Once you have the supports in your account and you're able to kind of work with them, you don't need all of them right at first. Like I said, to me, the first one's the most important. The second one adds a whole lot of capability. And then the third one is like, now with the third one, you have 3 of them and you can reasonably brute force like 3 turn certain units. So that really helps out in that front. Getting more from there has extreme diminishing returns, but still really good for your account. So you don't have to have all of them, but the more you have, the better off your account's going to be. And then it's like, okay, but what if there's a character I really love? Let's say like for Jerker here, instead there was the 5-star version of John Alter that you really wanted to roll, for instance. Could you do that? Yes, you could. What's the issue with doing that? You're just mainly delaying the amount of time it's going to take you to maybe get one of those meta sports. I can't decide that for you. When the right time to roll for a unit is going to depend largely on you. It's also going to depend on banner availability. It's also going to depend on how you see yourself playing the game. If you're only in it for the waifus, then there's definitely something to be said about like getting that unit. If that unit is going to tangibly impact your enjoyment of the game, and it is going to make or break you, then yeah, go for it. I can't tell you not to. I can only tell you what is smart to do from a gameplay standpoint, but I can never tell you how to run your account from a standpoint of emotions, feelings, that sort of stuff. That's always going to be in the eye of the beholder. That's always going to be up to you. So if you're like, man, I see Lartoria over there and I really love her, and if I don't have Lartoria, this game's just going to suck and I'm just not going to enjoy it, then roll for Lartoria. If on the other hand, you're like, man, I've got Umu and she's on rate up and it's like, I kind of want Umu, but I don't know that I necessarily need her, then don't. It's not like something you have to get done now. There will always be more banners. There will always be stuff that you guys can kind of delay rolling for and things that you can acquire later. The game has plenty of opportunities to acquire some of those units down the line. And I feel like generally this game, again, I tell people all the time, it is a marathon. It is not a sprint. So the more patience you have, the more it just pays off for you long term. 4-star tickets. Yep. There are numerous ways that you guys can get a unit in your account. And at the end of the day, it's up to you. But I'm going to say that that patient approach does pay off. It has paid dividends for me over the years. So I can only stress it to you from a standpoint of my own experience but I can say is generally, from everything I've experienced and everything I've seen from other players, generally the better way to handle it. Just be patient. Don't flame out if you don't get the unit you really want either. It happens to all of us at some point in our time playing. There will always be another banner, so it's like, yeah, it sucks. You didn't get the unit you wanted, but it's not the end of the world usually. Okay, just powering right through the Chimera here. Like I said, we're actually getting pretty close to the end of Septem already. Septem is not a super long Singularity, but it is a kind of convoluted one. On one hand, it's brutally straightforward, and on the other hand, it's kind of wobbling all over the place. We're still getting some Ascension materials, so got some Evil Bones there. Again, Ascension mats have rarities to them: bronze, silver, and gold. Bronze mats are going to be the more common one, but you're also going to need the most of them. Silver mats are going to be the like middle of the road in both of those categories. And gold are going to be the least common, but you'll also need the least of them. That's both a good thing and a bad thing. If you guys can see, we're actually going to get Chaos Claws for the reward for completing this string of nodes here. So that'll definitely be something to enjoy. I'm actually going to switch her out here and put in Kentucky Rider, just kind of because I can get away with it. This is Berserkers, and Berserker on Berserker can be something that can work, because Berserkers are just kind of effective against just about everything. But I'm just going to kind of take this as an opportunity to get away with using Kentucky Rider, since I, have been running Jerker a lot. And we're just going to go ahead and full send this and laugh, because Kentucky should easily dispatch Caligula. Now, if you're taking longer to get some of these welfares, that's also not a huge deal. As for what's currently available right now in NA, I do recommend Jerker as one of those like early choices for you. She can really work. You could obviously get Kentucky, but Jerker's a little bit more of a Swiss Army knife that works in more situations. There will probably be even more that'll come out. I do have videos talking about the evocation festivals. I usually, for each evocation festival as it hits NA, I release a video that talks about like, hey, here's the units, here's who's kind of good, and maybe who to focus on from this group for right now. Getting all the welfares eventually will be a goal for you, but it's going to take you some time. Getting those evocation leaves not a fast thing for the most part. Though, admittedly, you will get nice influxes whenever an evocation festival campaign does roll around. You'll also get more from events. So there's various things that you can do, but in general, the main way in which people are going to get them are those daily logins. Okay, now it's right back to Jerker. Again, just having a nice, decently hard-hitting Berserker is such a boon in these early Singularities, as it just allows me to card through so many of the waves. I found so many servants because some of my favorites, because I didn't get who I wanted, and so I used what I had. Yeah, there's definitely something to be said. I think every character in FGO has its strong points, and I see people that like get really upset and try to like write some of the characters off sometimes, but I really don't think it's that big of an issue. I feel like that's usually people making mountains out of molehills. Even some of the like worse off units in the game, gameplay wise, you can still use them effectively. So usually where people are getting upset is they either don't like the characters' aesthetics, or they don't like their story arc, if they maybe like appear in story at some point. That's fine. Usually, I've often determined that most of those come from like misunderstandings about like the character and kind of the rule set of FGO. In FGO, usually characters you encounter in a Singularity are not the same version that you summon. And this is definitely a point at several points in the story. But people seem to kind of just either forget or ignore that aspect, and they choose to like hold it against some servants at times. So I personally, I feel like that's a really weird way to approach the game, especially because I'm generally a pragmatist when it comes to playing FGO. I will use any tool that the game makes available to me, and sometimes it feels like people don't do that, and they shut themselves out of options, and they create a bad scenario of their own making, and then they want to complain about it. And I'm just like, well, it's like, usually that'll be something where it's like, oh, I refuse to use this unit or something, and you're like, okay, but that unit's really good here. And like, especially if it's like a welfare, for instance, something that it's like, people kind of are just going to assume you have it. And it's like, if you refuse to use it, you're just kind of shooting yourself in the foot at that point. Get Saber Hoku? I have Saber Hoku already. Yeah, the three I have right now are Jerker, Saber Hoku, and Kentucky Rider. Definitely there's more here that I can get, but those are really impactful units to me early on. I usually tend to favor single targets early in an account's history because single targets, with a single target, I can kill anything. AoEs take a little bit more time usually to do certain things, but it's not the end of the world, and a strong AoE is extremely valuable, particularly once you start getting to endgame where the meta is AoE for just about everything. It doesn't mean single targets are worthless, you still really need them, but the majority of the game's content at endgame is farming, and farming usually has a preference for AoE units. Though there are exceptions. So. Staggering cards here. Again, the health values on this is actually not bad at all. These are really weak and anemic units, and we really won't start hitting anything even remotely problematic until like maybe the end of Okeanos, and even that's not really problematic. Shouldn't be, at least for this account, but that might be where we start encountering the first true, how should I put it, gimmick fights. Actually, just gonna make this easier on myself. Anyone want to roll for Saber Medusa? Please help. Anniversary's coming soon. I can't help. all I can say is get more quartz. There are numerous things you can do to get said quartz, but that is basically it. Okay, we're just gonna send Nito here. Her NP should be strong enough to kill everything, so it shouldn't matter. Sometimes it's also good too if you know an AoE can just kind of handle a wave, and you can kind of just sit back, relax, and not have to worry about it. There you go. She death procced everything, but even if she didn't death proc all of those, I'm pretty sure the damage alone would have been enough. Yeah, GSSRs are definitely a thing. I use a 3-star version for now. It's definitely nice. For 3-star version's not bad. Yeah. There will be another banner for her, so don't worry about that. Okay. More rewards, and again, you're going to keep getting that reward pop up on the side every time you do a node. It's just more stuff for you. Now, we could use Umu in here, since this is Lancers, and Sabers would be nice here, but I don't even need to. So far, these nodes are actually really, really easy, so it's not a big deal. This is a 1 out of 2. There's 9 enemies here, so this is a little bit of a oddly structured node. It didn't matter. I didn't need to target the middle one there. We're just staggering cards. I went with a Mighty Chain, prioritizing Jerker's cards because she hits the hardest out of this group. Which is funny because she's a 4-star and Waver's a 5-star, but Waver is a support caster, so he's not exactly going to be a damage option for a lot of this. Not the best. We've got 6 enemies, which means it's going to be another 2 turns in this wave, and then the final wave. I could pop the attack up here, but I think we just kind of run with this, and we hope that there's enough damage here in this mighty chain to work. Punished. Time to level up Nitocris. That's what I get for using the level 53's cards. Now this is gonna take an extra turn. Oh, yuck. They're even stronger here now. I'm gonna pop it. I made the mistake last time, let's not compound it. There you go, she actually did enough to kill. There'll be one enemy left here, which this will be a guaranteed clear, no matter what it is. Just use the Jerker card. Finger gun him down. Same for Morgan, Castrated Berserker, and Summer Buki. That's gonna be a rough lineup. Usually, like, so are you free to play Nemesis? Because usually what I'll tell people is in a, like, given group of units that are closely compacted together, if you're free to play, pick one. Because trying to get multiples free to play can be rough. But it depends on how long you've been saving. So I'm not worried about the side enemies here. Only the main guy, but I will give her attack up just so that she clears, because Jerker again does plenty of damage. I'm not worried about Leonidas being too much for me. I'll be a pack for anniversary. Yeah, I mean, you are going to get a nice influx with anniversary. What I would usually tell people is, like, not to necessarily plan around the anniversary cards. I tell people instead, it's like, hey, it'll be a thing, it'll be there, but, like, don't assume you're going to get it. Or rather, don't assume you're going to get anything with it. You will get the reward, but will you get anything from the reward? Oh, Jinky. At least it's changing who the support is. Funny, they already gave her better skills than most of my units have. But yeah, skills are the major stopgap on this account right now. Use the waiver card. Waiver should do more damage than she would. And it crit. And that crit. Lucky me. Wonder if the website will be a thing? I hope so. Doesn't matter. Damn. Really lucky crits. Unfortunate, because I really don't need them. Yeah, we're just gonna send the Nito NP. These are kind of just fluff nodes at this point. Don't expect this too much in later singularities. In early ones, this is a thing. They kind of just padded it for time to fit the writing in and everything, but usually you're going to get a little bit more impactful nodes than something like this. All right, now we're on the final stretch. I still have Umu. We have Boudica as well. Why don't we take Boudica for a change? It's not going to matter. She's still going in my backline. Boudica's an interesting unit. I can't say she's been altogether that good, but she's gotten a lot of buffs that have helped out her general like utility. She is much more of a supportive unit, but a lot of it's really going to come down to centering around like Romans. So in this scenario, could be really good for you, but general purpose use, we don't encounter Romans too often as an enemy type, so it's not too big of a deal. Good Draco buffer, yeah. Could take the Archchain and stagger cards. Oh, I'm actually surprised Nitocris killed that, but that was probably the waiver attack buff, which for me right now, it's giving at least 20% attack up. I think it's more like 24 or something. I'm on basically rank 4 of it. I'm gonna give Nitocris the attack up here, seeing if she can manage. If not, actually, I probably could have split the NPs with just a Jerker card, and it might have sped things up here, but it is what it is. Boudica having a Rider Starbomb absorb kind of sucks. Yeah, it's definitely an issue with some of the supports. Is like if you end up using it and it's a class that has high star absorption, you can steal stars from the character that you wanted to get them. Usually the concept of stars and crits centers around you usually want the damage dealer to crit, not necessarily the support. Because the damage dealer is usually who's gonna, all the buffs are going to be on. It's like, for instance, you'll put, like, say, the crit damage buff from Waver on Jerker. Well, if Waver steals all the stars from Jerker and Jerker doesn't crit because of it, what good was the buff at that point? So you will have some interesting conundrums like that. And there are certain classes like Berserkers or Avengers that have really low star absorption rates. So they usually don't soak too many stars and they get them stolen by other classes because of it. There are things you can do to counter it, though. All right, no story support, so I can finally just take somebody else that I want to. Oh, please, let me see. He does have a maxed out depend. Yeah, you know what? Let's take the level 100 Rash. And the reason why is because I will show off Arash's usefulness. Plus, this will be a level 100 version, so you'll get to see a much stronger one than you normally would. Hey, Shadow, how's it going? I felt smart, yep. I don't really feel like Bartholomew's too good of a support at that point, but I feel like some of the stuff also comes down to, like, some people determine a support to be like anybody that can provide a buff to anybody else, whereas I usually look at the essence of the character. Granted, Bartholomew doesn't have a whole lot of essence. Like, if it's not him in a supportive capacity, all you can really say is his primary gimmick is that, like, he basically excels at destroying fodder. And it's like, okay, well, fodder enemies don't really matter too much, so is that really even a thing? Well, I'm not gonna do this. There we go. Not gonna waste him, so this is a 1 out of 4 battle, which is interesting. Okay, we have a 12k golem here. Arash, your time is now. Go, your people need you. Arash is gonna yeet them. He's gonna do amazing damage there. Completely overkill, and unfortunately, Arash is dead himself. So, in rotates Jerker. And I actually abused the arts up there for Jerker. She technically doesn't need it. With the starting charge C I have on her, she starts out at 30%. Her own charge skill gives her 20% more, so she'd be at 50, and Waver can provide 50% to someone. So it's not a huge deal, but yeah, there you go. Now she's at 70%, so realistically speaking, I only need one skill from Waver. So I guess I saved time by doing that. Okay, this is kind of funny. I have a full Jerker chain and one really dead Roman guy. We're going to start with the middle one. We're going to pre-card it with basically our least damaging card. We're going to NP one of the golems, and then the last golem will get that Buster card basically in the third slot and the extra attack. Always loved how short Arash's MP is. Yep, there's definitely farming metas centered around speed. Like, hey, if you're just in a hurry and you don't want to take too long, units like Arash or Bunyan in particular, who has the fastest MP in the game, really nice. You just go like, boop, and you're already in the next wave. Voyager the Storm skills really need an upgrade at this point. Yeah, I'm not going to argue with that. I think they're in a weird spot in that, with that in mind. Okay, got a little bit. I don't have a bronze apple. We'll pop a blue apple here. I'm just going to go ahead and do it just to try and, like, finish in this segment. But basically, I was trying to get it all done on that AP if I could. You don't have to pop apples. The only reason I'm doing it is, like I said, just to keep this coherent for one video. If you run out of AP, definitely fine. There's no issues with it. Just kind of wait, continue when you actually have the chance. AP restores at a very natural rate. It's usually 1 AP every 5 minutes, which means you get 12 AP an hour. And I believe you get, chat, how much is it? Is it 280-ish in a day? Ooh, this is a spicy one. Just gonna pop the attack buffs and kind of send this, because I'm gonna card through this since I actually have the cards. There you go. That's Morgan for you. 288, thank you. Yeah. So it's like you'll get a lot in a given day. It restores pretty quickly. And this is again another one of those concepts, like I said, of like, hey, you don't have to actually like go crazy. Being patient pays off. Actually switch the cards up there to do Morgan's arts card first. Just so I'd get the higher damaging card in the third slot. Is Nemo useful? I got spooked by him when he was rolling for Draco. Yeah, Nemo's absolutely useful. The really high charging single target rider. I think there's maybe issues overall with like high end damage output, but I wouldn't worry about it too much, and you can still really be a boon to your account. If you're wondering why I chose those cards there, I didn't. There was no thought process put into that. I knew this MP would kill. Yeah, he's also got the Void Space one, too. I see my elbows bothering me now, chat. Right in here. Yeah, Void Space unfortunately just very rarely comes into play, whereas like Waterside comes into play multiple times a year, particularly every summer event. You're almost guaranteed to get Waterside. Gonna switch the lineup here. Put the support in the back line. Carry with my units. Like I mentioned before, I did get Eric Bloodaxe off the FP rolls. Eric is not too good of a berserker, but he's a very budget option and can work well because of that. I don't like the cards here, so I'm actually just going to send Nito's NP. Basically, these cards were not conducive to being able to card through the wave, so I just went ahead and said, nope, gonna use it. Because I'll probably end up getting Jerkers cards on wave 3. Allows them to create battlefields. That wouldn't be too bad. I think the problem with this is sort of like the argument for Tyra, where it's like people are arguing that she should have the ability to like confer Genji, and it's like you can't really do that because her entire damage niche is centered around not constantly having that. Like that is extraordinary damage, and that's why they probably won't ever like give her anything like that. So same thing, abusing the card stagger for a single target. I think with Nemo it wouldn't break him, just Genji buff is nuts. If he could provide Waterside, I think that's fine. If he could provide Void, I don't think that's fine. I think Void is too much. Alright, we leveled up there. Of course we leveled up. Pop's Apple levels up. Well, I definitely won't have to pop a second apple. Come on. Lots of enemies in this one. Or at least different types of enemies. But you can see, don't really care. The worst thing the game has thrown at me so far is the 12k, like, golems. Because the bosses I know are coming and I just save an NP and I kill them. But a 12k golem, if it hits me on the wrong turn, I might not be able to, like, card it out efficiently. So it's something I have to pay attention to, for better or worse. Gonna pop that. And that. Just to be safe. Oh shit. Not what I wanted to do. I wanted to put her card second, so this could be spicy, and of course it is. So now you guys are gonna get to see what happens when my buffs wear off. It's not gonna be a huge concern. Not at this level. Like, in later scenarios, it might be legitimately problematic or potentially even, like, lethal. But in this, I don't expect anything even remotely hard. There are a couple of Waterside users at this point. I mean, we have people, I believe, that can provide Waterside now. So, like, even if Nemo doesn't have it, you can still force Waterside. And that's where it's like, if he gets it then too, is it a problem? And I'm like, no. Speak of the devil, here is Darius. Again, nobody has the attack buff. I'm going to give Nito the Mysticode attack buff. Just so that she has a little bit more oomph. And actually, I'm going to lead with her because I know she's not going to kill Darius. So this will make Jerker's Buster card in the third slot hit harder. And it will give Nito more death chance. In general, you can't death proc a servant. The rate is so low, it's like it'll happen to you at some point, but like the rate is so low you can't rely on it. Lottos? Yes, JP is getting a lotto. We just found out today. It's happening on the 2nd. You're right, Nemo does. I don't know why I was thinking that Nemo scaled. So it is completely the same, regardless of whether or not it's water side or void space. That's my bad. Yeah, who cares then? I mean, just give him water side. It's the more common one. That would actually, at that point, that would actually help him out more, because if you give him void space, like the ability to generate void space helps no one else out. That is his own unique one. Hello, Cal. How's it going? I had Marie alter Death Proc Lancer go last JP event. What? Yeah, there's always some hilarious times when it does happen. Like King Hassan just carting something to death, or like, oh, it's like a raid boss and you manage to Death Proc it, and it's like, huh? But it's such a like low rate, you just really don't want to if you can help it. The 16k golem. I'm very likely to encounter one probably in the next wave than 2, but it's probably a good idea to just say no and to double phantasm this, and then if there's one in the second wave, I'm just SOL. Got home for the day, time to relax. Nice. I got 2 more days, chat, and then I'm on my vacation. It was so funny too, because my senior came to me and she was trying to get on to me to like do more work, and I told her, I was like, hey, I'm taking CPE at the moment, which I'm actually not. I finished it yesterday, but I didn't want to start more shit. Like, I have some small stuff I can work on leading up to my vacation. It's like, I don't want to start some new project that she's gonna slap on my desk literally as I'm heading into vacation. So I told her, I was like, yeah, and I'm also going to be gone on vacation. She's like, oh, I thought you already took that. And I was like, no, I am the only person in the office now that hasn't taken vacation yet. And it sucks. And there you go, double golems. So I should have probably held the NP, but it is what it is. So this is going to be one of those rare scenarios where we're actually going to pre-card with the Mighty Chain and let Jerker's card handle the 3rd slot there so that it gets the most firepower. And easily handled that. Now that one's got defense up, but unfortunately for him, that's not going to be good enough. She easily kills there. Be stupid to design a CC that only benefits 1 or 2 units. I mean, the Roman CE works for, like, everyone, though. That's what's great about it. Oh no, not a 30k golem. You know what? Out of curiosity, let's card. Let's see if she can kill. Kill with just cards, Jerker. Come on. That's my girl. Who needs a noble phantasm? We got that speed up. So violent, such a bad attitude, yes. That is John Alter in a nutshell. But that's also why people love her. Ooh, writer and caster. This is probably bosses. If I had to bet. That or suddenly wyverns. One or the other. This happens to go really well with a couple of specific DPSs? Yes. What do you think of giving Tyra a 50% manpower mod? I think her top-end damage doesn't need it. I think her baseline damage could absolutely use something like that. I'm not sure if, like, giving her another niche is necessarily the way to go, but it may be. Like because if you try to enhance, like let's say you were to give her, like, quick up or something, right? That would just impact both, so it is what it is. I think maybe the other way would be to somehow, like, give her super effective, but that's kind of ugh. Okay, so this is a clone match here as we're facing Waver and Iskandar. AKA Alexander. I am going to pop both NPs here, but I am primarily going to focus on Jerker's kit. We are going to basically just try to get as much damage out of this as we can. I doubt we one turn here. Because Nitocris's NP is not going to do very much damage here. But that Jerker third slot Buster card should probably do about 30k. Oh, there's a chance. There you go. Right on the money, pretty much. Just stagger the cards. Entirely possible. Yeah, I was gonna say it's entirely possible we just need the one card she kills. So more Tyra buffs, fabulous. Give me more. Yeah, I think people often underestimate just how good Tyra actually is. She's not used very often, so I do get how that happens. But Tyra is legitimately just a monster in the right circumstances. He's been in Septem a while for story. I mean, we're already almost done. This is basically the end right here, so not too much more we have to do, and we will have Septem completely under wraps in this session. We started it last session. We'll finish it this one. Also, no spare ones. Let's use... well, no, we've used Mamareko before. You know what? Let's use Kintoki. Why not? Why not? Let's bring Kintoki in place of my Jerker, and let's let him go to town. Early story moment? Yeah. More debuff focused that allows him to be more stable in his niche? I mean, I feel like he's already super stable. The only times that he doesn't work is when a unit has extremely high debuff resistance, like AP right now, or a unit is just debuff immune. And I feel like both of those are completely fine, because otherwise Arjuna Alter just, like, always succeeds. So I feel like, if anything, that's just the foil for him. Kintoki's a really, really, really strong unit. Kintoki's biggest issue here, and hold on, I'm eyeing the cards. Kintoki's biggest issue is that a lot of his stuff is just one turn. So, like, his steroids just one turn. And he's very much a, like, sort of glass cannon unit. He doesn't have a whole lot of survivability. But he hits really, really hard. He's got 50% charge for a single target Berserker. And that is definitely something to write home about. For instance, I've got a Buster Chain here. And I could pop this skill early. Probably not to my benefit to do so. But we are going to at least try to card through this. There you go, 21k. He just barely got the job done. That's the power of a 5-star there, though. And he will easily handle this. So we get a golden spark. And his MP is actually relatively fast as well, which is really, really nice. It's one of the good things about him. He was a early release to the game, and he is a solid unit still to this day. Especially for just raw one-shot damage. He's only really been power crept by some of the newest berserkers on JP, and actually one that'll be coming to NA here real soon. But even then, power creep in FGO is not, like, usually that bad. If a unit is power crept, it's like, yeah, it just means there's a better unit than them, but doesn't mean you can't use the unit effectively still. Bring Duryodhana for his debuff resist down. Yeah, I saw, like, all of a sudden everybody thinks they're a genius now that that got figured out, and I'm just like, I'm laughing, because, like I said on stream the other day, it's like, it's so funny to me to watch, like, people, like, bitch and moan and whine about, like, the whole Lilith situation there. It's like, oh, she's unusable. Oh, we need to nerf this. Oh, it's like, dude, people, oh my god. Like, I get it, you're upset because you wanted to use this character, but this character has a natural deficiency that just happened to pair up. I don't know what else to tell you. It happens to units all the time in this game. But I do find it funny. It's like, and then people like actually sat down and thought about it, and then they're like, oh wait, there is a solution. It just made me laugh so much because it's like, yup, of course there is. Oh, let's see if Morgan can do it. She does have her defense down that we used in this wave. I don't think that quick card's gonna suffice. I probably should have popped her third skill. Okay, she managed. Again, it is a level 100, so you get a little bit more firepower with something like that. Gonna send Morgan on the golem here, do a buster chain, and laugh. Wait, why were people whining about Lilith? They were whining because Herc has really high debuff resistance naturally, and Lilith, a lot of Lilith's damage is locked behind her ability to charm an enemy. And so it was like, oh, I can't land the charm, therefore I can't do enough damage with Lilith, therefore Lilith not good, therefore this is bullshit, therefore fight need to get nerfed. That is the TLDR of the argument. Which, like I said, it made me laugh, because like it's not that big of a deal, honestly. Like, I saw people being like, oh, like Lilith is garbage, and I equally, like, I saw people being like, oh, Castoria is like, God, she's the best berserker in the game now, and I'm like, one, this is just one fight. Two, Castoria Berserker, in my opinion, was already the strongest. Three, I still don't think it's like that big of a deal. Like, if anything, Lilith was joining Castoria at that like insane power creep top of the line rank. So it's like, who cares? Everyone's situational? Yep. Yeah. And I don't think that's a problem. I think like the game is better when everyone's situational rather than everybody being one size fits all. I think that actually has issues. Berserker on Berserker here. Same deal. I think we go with Kentucky. Not going to get as much damage, but probably worth. Still kind of in her own league. She's just that strong. Yeah, I just like, again, people like to make mountains out of molehills. And I really don't think this was that big of a deal. that big of a situation where like this needed to be like some big monumental thing. But look, I'm gonna say this: people like to sensationalize everything. It's always the way it is. And I feel like, at least in some part, that's why people come to me nowadays, because I'm usually not that sensationalist. I usually just tell people, it's like, yeah, this isn't that big of a deal. If it is, like, and this is why I say this, chat, because I have some people, like, sometimes where, like, I will make a big stink about something, and I'll have people that'll be like, Cad, why are you making a big stink about it? And I'm like, if I'm making a big stink about it, it matters. Just saying. Because I don't make one most of the time. Most of the time, I'm like, yeah, it's not a big deal. Everybody can get through it. And usually, if I get upset about something, it's because I feel like the mechanic is unfair. Not to me, but for, like, the entire player base. That is usually where I'll get upset over something. Or, like, again, like, hey, they didn't just shaft me with a reward. They shafted everyone with a reward. That's usually where, like, where I will actually chime in and say my 2 cents on that stuff. And I think the reason why is because in general I'm always more like, especially as a content creator, I'm more worried about like the health of the game and the longevity of it and like appeasing the player base and the community and like all of us enjoying the game. So when something upsets that balance, that's usually where I'll like make a big deal about it. Ah, 10%. I was hoping to use it on Nitocris there, but I guess not. You're gonna let Kentucky sends that. I suspect Waver has the higher star gen, but not by much. People want to brute force everything. Yeah, I think it's an issue to a degree. Like, I mean, I'm somebody that, like, especially as a veteran of the game at this point, I don't want to have to spend too long doing stuff. I want things to be easy in that regard, but because I think there's a time and a place for challenge content. But I do think it's like, yeah, to some degree, it's like if people can't do it immediately on a first try, people will like throw their hands up and say, "This is bullshit. This is untenable." I might like express frustration. I might say the same things myself, but I'll be right back in there doing it. I'm not gonna like take to social media and start complaining about it. Like, it's just me expressing frustration in the moment over something rather than me like being like, this is unacceptable. How dare the devs do it type deal. But if my favorite unit can't do something and I can't brute force it, that means it's bad. Yeah, I mean, I will say I'm a big proponent for balance in the game. If your favorite unit can't do something, you might have a legitimate complaint. And the reason why I will say that is because it depends on what the thing is that you can't do. If you're like, oh no, I can't one turn this, that's not a big concern. If you're like, hey, like I've talked about this before, it's like, oh, this unit needs upgrades because they don't work at all in the like current meta. That's a legitimate point. That's not a like somebody's crying over spilt milk. That's their unit literally just doesn't function to the same capacity that the majority of other units do. I think that's a valid argument, right? Instead of like, oh no, my unit is number 2 in damage, or oh no, my unit like isn't a 50% charger. It's like neither of those two things is a big deal. There's a whole lot you can still do with units that are maybe not like of that same capacity. So this is a 1 out of 1, and we've got Mr. Y Pose himself. Gonna give her the attack up, because again, she's who needs it. Romulus will certainly die here. The Chimeras probably not, because they are gold. I'll give it 5 tries without seals, then maybe another one with seals. Call it a day, win or lose. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. In general, I think, like I've said as well, that I usually, like, let's say we're talking challenge content, right? I don't think a challenge fight should take longer than a half hour. Why? Because it's a mobile game. And their entire mantra is play as you have the time, play at your convenience. It's like, if it's taking longer than a half hour, that's starting to get into that realm of like, this is no longer play as you have the time or play at your convenience. I also, in general, don't like a fight that is designed to push you all the way to the end of the fight and then fail you. That one is more of a pet peeve than anything. But I've seen fights like that before where it's like, oh, you spent 25 minutes trying to clear the fight, and then you failed right before the end, and you have to redo the 25 minutes all over again. That just sucks. I feel bad for people that encounter that. All right, here we go. Our first question mark node in the game. One of the things I'll tell you is usually, especially early in the game, when you encounter a question mark node, berserkers are your way to go. Because you don't know what's in the node, you don't know what class it is, and berserker's effective against just about everything. The one class berserker's not effective against is foreigners. Early in the game, you're not going to encounter that. The first foreigner you'll encounter is after the end of part 1, so... And there you go. We actually have a question mark enemy. This is also somewhat rare. This is a demon god pillar. You do occasionally encounter them. They usually have their own gimmicks and mechanics for like what they're good at. I'm just gonna kind of manhandle this thing and just not give a crap. And you can see again, if we look at the cards down here in the bottom right, you can see what's effective. So if you're ever in doubt, that's an easy way to tell. Effectiveness comes in two forms. There is 2.0 times effectiveness and then 1.5 times effectiveness. 2.0 is obviously the best. That's the thing that, like, say if you're taking Nito Chrysocaster against an assassin, she's 2.0 times effective because that is her actual, like, niche for her class. Whereas if we look at Jerker here, Jerker's a Berserker. Berserkers are semi-effective against everything. So they're the 1.5 times effective against everything. So it's still going to be good damage for me, but it is something to maybe watch out for. And I'm actually going to pop both here, but I'm going to hope to God that Jerker just does enough damage irregardless. And she should. There you go. Easy. Don't even have to look at what the Demon God Pillar does. It just dies. There we go. Extra class stuff started with the Prison Tower event? Yes, I'm just talking specifically Foreigner. Foreigner you're not going to encounter until much, much later, so less of a concern. Part of me wishes there was a small distinction between 1.5 and 2.0. No, I actually agree with you. I think it's one of the, like, bad issues with the UI that the game has. And the game does not explain it. In fact, if you go look at the like servant triangles that the game lists, it's incredibly non-descriptive on that. That's one of the reasons why my new player guide, I redid those triangles to display the actual effectiveness. Because that's just, it's an oversight by the game, basically. This would be a scenario where I'd probably want to take a assassin, but same deal, we're just brute forcing this at this point. Avenger and Pretender also kind of look samey. Yeah, if you're not familiar with the extra stuff. So again, there's extra classes. Extra classes have their own triangles. I've talked about the 7 base classes, and you have the Knight Triangle and the Cavalry Triangle. Well, there's also triangles of extra units where basically it's rock, paper, scissors all over again. But extra classes usually have some way to dip into the, like, the base classes somehow. They have some sort of, like, natural interaction, and it really just kind of depends. This is not a good scenario for me, but I'm actually going to card. Because I don't know what Wave 2 is, and I'd rather card against this first set of, like, easy Wyverns than a later set of maybe, like, say, 3 Wyverns that I might be able to death proc with Nito. So this is just a calculated risk. There you go. Easily kill. Now we're through that first wave, and we get to take a gander at what the second wave is. Of course. I'm gonna split the NP here. Basically, just not even worry about that, and then let the golem be the thing that could be the issue. In theory, I probably could have carded my way through it and not even had to have done an NP, but I wasn't entirely sure that Jerker was gonna kill with no attack buffs. Okay. So more wyverns, that is unfortunate. However, I'm actually going to abuse this to an extent. Oh, actually, it doesn't matter. I have the cards anyways, so just get to send it and stagger the cards. And this should easily kill the wave. What I was gonna do is I was gonna have Jerker NP one of the wyverns if I didn't have the cards, because then I'm just removing a threat. Whereas the stone golem, not only does it not hit that hard, it's also a berserker, so my casters are actually effective against it. Therefore, I can dispatch it. It's really low threat. I can dispatch it relatively easy. Versus the wyverns that are actually effective against my casters, so they kind of need to be eliminated quickly. Also, Blue Rider Gym. There you go, chat. I do find it funny that the last chapter for this is dragging on so much. We have already defeated the primary enemy of the Singularity, and yet we are still having the suddenly wyverns and golems moment. I think my pen broke. Crap. Not gonna work, but I'll try. Oh, that was actually close. Almost got the card in the third slot on the second wyvern there, which would have made this a lot more manageable. They're not going to kill that wyvern. So this is going to be a three turn wave, which is just, it's sad. Sometimes you just get really bad card luck like that. But if you do, it's not the end of the world. Just make the best of it. We also have the new philosophy of 0 AP nodes. Oh no, they were already a thing. They were already a thing. I'm pretty sure this may be... No, well, we probably have one more fight. I do remember who's at the end of this. Alright, we're gonna try to death proc you if I can. Actually, maybe should have put the Jerker card second, because the middle one is very likely to live. The other ones might also live, depending. Yep, that's unfortunate. I could have one-turned this, so just a complete misplay on my end on this node. And still, it's going fairly smoothly, even for a misplay. And now, Spicy Chimera and Evil Wyvern. So that should work. Yep, there you go. She did enough. So basically the quick card and the extra attack should handle the final wyvern. Right for the balls. There we go. And so we should have one more fight here. Yep. It is the exact saber I was thinking it was. And it will not matter. If you get into a scenario where... There you go. If you get into a scenario where you end up in a knockdown drag-out fight with a unit, and you're not prepared, you can always back out. You can always pop the command seals, don't forget. Again, this is the biggest health you've had to fight so far. It's not gonna matter for me. I'm gonna laugh at this, even still. And I don't even have a, like, high NP level of Jerker here either. Oh yeah, no, this is over. Even if somehow I didn't do enough NP damage, the triple buster chain just easily would dispatch this. Yep. Right there, we literally just in those last 2 hits got to see like 80k damage, so. Nice to see you here last second. Yeah, to me, Septem really probably should have been a little bit more about Altera as a whole. The fact that she kind of just shows up at the end is an interesting thing. And there we go. Septem complete. So that is your second Singularity now, out of the first 7. And we now gain the ability to ascend Mash, which is good because, again, Mash is a really good anchor unit for your account. She's one of the more defensive units in the game. Getting more capability, more levels on her is a good thing, and she's a unit that everybody has, so everyone will assume that you have her at max level. Obviously, early on in the game, you won't, but your story progress is going to be what limits kind of her capabilities. So now, as you can see, because we've completed this, we have unlocked numerous interludes. So in doing so, we could actually spend some time and use it to upgrade some of our units that we maybe have already accomplished capability for, particularly like, say, Waver, for instance. But not going to do that here at the moment. That'll be something we'll do in a little bit. And then you can see we've unlocked the third Singularity. This one involves Drake. I love Drake. She's a fantastic character. They need to use her more. And this is Okeanos. Okeanos is a really interesting one. If you like Pirates of the Caribbean, you're going to love this one. But definitely some twists in this one as well. And you can see more Holy Grails, more Quartz. Definitely worth your while to keep advancing through the story. And now we've also gotten some free exchange conditions for some of these other items. Basically, it's Nero's outfits that are available. This won't cost us anything to unlock it, but in order to build it, we would still have some requirements for building the outfit for her to be able to wear. And that'll be that for that section. Oh, 500 leaves there, so that's definitely worth. Definitely some nice rewards for actually completing the Singularity. And you can see we already have most of my weeklies done. I just need Archer or Caster class servants now. So in the process, we also got quite a bit of FP from constantly using Umu. So we have 2 more multis we can do here. William Tell. William Tell is a really interesting, conditional archer. To me, he's not worth the early investment. There are better ones, but he's not bad. He's actually got a pretty decent kit, especially with revolving around crits. But to me, there's some better, kind of more stable archers that kind of work for NP damage for you that can work out really, really well. He's solid. Yep. We also got another Spartacus copy. That's fantastic, because Spartacus is an AoE berserker. And that was basically a dud roll. No servant there, nothing really to write home about other than that 5-star Ember. We're actually close to getting another multi, but I will hold off until we actually can. And there we go. Let's go spend those evocation leaves since we have them, since we got them. Still not anything I want to touch with the tickets yet. Roll down to the end. Oh. And we did get a copy of Boudica. Again, like I mentioned before, she is a more supportive unit. Oh, I can't click on her yet. Not the skin. We don't need to look at the skin. She's got enough skin showing. Oh! Basically, looking at her stuff again, she's a little bit of a, like, anti-Roman unit. She can buff, like, her allies with, again, her arts up and stuff. So, she's a niche unit, but she's not terrible. She just has never really been very strong in any of the niches. But still happy to have her. And let's see here. So for the evocation leaves, we now have 720. Holy crap. So there's numerous ways I can handle this. I can choose to get a new one, or I can choose to, say, finish off some of my other ones. For me, currently right now, I know there's not going to be an evocation festival immediately here soon, and I've already gotten my main priorities. So I think this is a time for me to go for ascension levels and NP levels more than anything. So right off the bat, we're just going to go ahead and grab all 3 Jerker NP levels that I'm still missing. And that should be really, really beneficial to me, as now my Jerker, with regards to her NP levels, with regards to her ascensions, is done. She's completely leveled up. She's completely going to be maxed out on her Noble Phantasm, so she will hit really, really hard now. And the only thing I still have to work on for her is her skills, basically. Technically, I also need to do her foes and things like that, but that's not a concern for right now. So that just means that now she's going to hit even harder. I'm going to get even more damage capability. Basically, me getting those 3 extra Noble Phantasms probably meant that my damage somewhere, I'm not going to say doubled, but it probably got a good, like, 70% more off of what I was already doing. So definitely nice in that regard. You can combine a couple of the other copies here. I'm not really too worried about my QP. There's about 10 million at the moment, which is definitely solid. Though, admittedly, I could eviscerate that in a heartbeat if I had any skills to level. Or rather, any materials to level said skills. Still hard to carry your single target needs for a while. Yep. That's exactly why I did it. That way I can just kind of crutch on her for a little bit. And that'll be it for this segment and all we need to cover for this portion of the walkthrough. But yeah, that was Septem in a nutshell. Oh, I do need to make Blue Apple. Because, of course, we leveled up in that process. So I spent a Blue Apple, I got a Blue Apple back. All that was lost in the process was one of my seedlings. Which is unfortunate, but it just is what it is. Okay, chat, now for the surprise. We are Dunzo with FGOzo. Mine, thank you for the 55. Appreciate it. Yeah, can we get some love? How are you doing today? She was my best berserker until I got her Judah Alter. Oh yeah, I could easily see that. I could easily see that. I mean, still, as far as single targets go, she's just ridiculously good. Like I say, I told you so, but you didn't tell me so. Lisan al-Gaib? Yes. So, chat, I picked this up because my coworker at work, my buddy, he was telling me, like, apparently the devs have switched their stance and they're going to be, like, one of my major issues was apparently that you were forced into PvP in the end zone if you wanted the max rank of all of the stuff.
Amongst the wild threads of history.
I mean, we could watch that, but we don't need to. And apparently they switched their stance, and now they're going to be allowing for PvE grinding of the end game, and they're opening up to the idea of there being more PvE stuff in the future. So that was like, all right, they finally listened. They finally realized that if they don't do this, they're in trouble. So I'm on the Iron Watch server, apparently. I've been looking into it the past few days. Yeah, and so it's like that little change got me to look into it more. I looked into it more. Most of my issues with the game, they're still an issue, but they're not as big of an issue as I first perceived. I have not built this base. This is somebody's base that they left behind here that I have totally just claimed. So I'm picking up my respawn beacon. And I'm getting out of here. I don't know how, like, can I abandon this? Does anyone know the way to do so? Disassemble the subfief, I believe. How? Like, I don't see that as an option. Like I said, I didn't build it. Is this an MMO? More than I gave it credit for, yeah. But still not entirely. Uh-oh. I hear it, chat. There it is. Sandworm just went by. Ow. That was not good. Do I not have... Why are there so many schematics? Okay, there we go. All I need is that. Wait, not crafting? Oh, that's research. Shit. That pin for crafting. Additional details. Okay, so I don't know where the heck I am. I'm somewhere way to the south over here.
bad. Let's get the battle.
There we go. All of my shit is basic. I literally, like, as of this point, chat, I literally had started the game, like, 5 minutes before stream, because it took me so long to craft, like, all of my crap. Okay, dismiss, hit escape. I'm trying. Thank you. Oh, pick up a fuel cell. Hell yeah. So in this one, you have to, like, scan objects, and then you cut along the line, and it disassembles them. I thought that was a sandstorm. But just like in Conan, you can also climb. Oh, I think that's a Sardaukar ship, which I think if they spot you, it'll send enemies after you. Already done quite a bit of research on this in that regard. Copper ore. So I am going to need to establish a base. But I think, and it's hard to tell because I can't see enough of the map yet, but I think I want to head west, like northwest, basically. I think the biggest concern for me is running into a sandstorm. What class did you start with? I'm Bene Gesserit. I looked into it. My understanding was like Mentat or Bene Gesserit were the best two to start with. Trooper was another one, and Swordsman. I didn't find anything about Swordsman. Okay. Woo! Kind of just trying to gather about as much as I can of resources, though, while I'm on the way. You can drink dew from the stuff, but I can't do a whole lot with it. You can only drink dew up to a certain point of your bar. That bar is right behind Aurelia, of course. I'll, the next time I stream this, I'll work on the overlay so that it's not, like, blocking everything. I think there is a worm really close by. Harvesting plant fiber. I believe that is a fuel cell over there in the distance. Oh, what is this? Bro, this music is creeping me the F out, though. Looks like a crashed buggy. It may be. But either way, it looks like I got some stuff, so my backpack's full. I don't think I need anything like the Mala set because you start with it, so I assume it's crap. We'll get those fuel cells. I probably have too much in the way of copper. I think it's the armor plating is why. Oh, whatever. Continue on. Still debating if I should get it. Yeah, I mean, I can't render a good judgment on this yet.
Who's there? Gotcha. Where's my backup?
Interloper!
There we go. Debated. Yeah, I gotta have something else. How does it compare to Conan? I'm not sure. It's similar. There's so many like concepts that are really like the same to me, but also at the same time not. Scavenger camp. But I'm trying to actually get closer to a hub. Looks like it's becoming day, so that's gonna make it pretty nasty on my survival conditions. So I really need to just start booking it. But this is a public server. There are other people here. The opening zones are all like PvE. Yeah, I don't know how much of like the fuel cells I need, especially early on. I'm sure I'm going to need them, but okay, I think that is where I need to go. This looks nigh uncrossable though. You can see my water's going down. It's almost daytime. That is a sandworm. Walk without rhythm? I wish. I mean, that'll probably be a thing later. I'm surprised and amazed. I did not think I could cross that. That meter at the top is sunstroke. You have to stay out of the sun or you will get sunstroke. Pretty sure that's another player. But yeah, basically I'm trying to make it to a town because there's things I want in the town, and if I can make it there early, it's probably to my benefit. Plus, technically it can act as like a safe space. Oh, I think the worm just ate something. There you go, somebody built their base blocking off that gap. Kind of annoying, not gonna lie, but this is what it is. There, JP's getting a lotto and came running. Yes, yes they are. JP is getting a lotto on the 2nd. So literally a week from now.
Identify yourself.
No, I don't think I will. No. Yeah, now we're making good progress. Need to get up there, whatever that is. Oh, the worm was already close there. It does seem like I can run, like, infinitely out of combat, which is so nice. I can't stress how big of a deal that is enough. Like, more games need to start doing that. I totally get stamina use needing to be a thing in combat. But outside of combat, no, dude, it's a pet peeve at this point. You can see I have to literally keep to the shadows in order to not get sunstroke. Like I said, I'm pretty sure this is what I'm looking for. If it's not, I may be in trouble and I may be about to die. Yes, Griffin's Reach trade post. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is what I'm looking for. So I leveled up.
Look at the way you stand. No discipline, no confidence. I've killed 1,000 like you on the battlefield. My little old world honor and chivalry. I respect that. We might not make the difference of you surviving a war-torn battlefield, but I respect that. But don't despair. Salvation is at hand. I can show you how to fight. I can teach you how to kill. And it will only cost you a little pain. Then listen closely. During the Battle of Arakeen, I was drugged and kept out of it by a group of conspirators. For the sake of my honor, I have spent the last 8 years tracking down and destroying them, one by one.
Okay.
Who knows how the Battle of Arakeen would have turned out if I hadn't been kept away. And now, I have reason to believe the conspirators are nearby. Track them down, kill them. My
Unlocks
thirst for
trooper skill
vengeance has
tree.
been slaked by 1,000 flasks of cheap beer.
That's what I want.
But it is still my price for training. Do this for me, and I'll set your feet on the path of the trooper.
Like I said, I did a little bit of research. I knew there were things that, like, I needed to do very quickly and early.
Hey, stop. I know the face of every sand-sucking bandit, scavenger, and merc from here to Harko, and I don't recognize you. So perhaps you'll give us the courtesy of who you are? And while you're at it, why our airspace is crawling with Sadukar.
I have no idea if this is going to be a thing.
It's a good story, I'll give you that. But even the sandworm might choke on it. Nobody escapes a Sadukar security grid. Not even Zantara. Welcome to Griffin's Reach, stranger. The rules here are simple. Pay up front and don't cause trouble, or we'll toss you into the storms. Good? Name's Mir. I do the trading and the talking. My silent partner here does the fighting. And there's the contract board in the corner, if you need work.
Since it unlocks here, yes.
Unless someone shows up with a load of salvage, I've got time to talk. There's one of those old desert testing stations out east of here. Been unsealed for a while. Probably picked clean by now. There was... The griffin is the Harkonnen house symbol. And while we have no...
What about them? The Duke is a week full, and his house will fall. The Baron is 5 moves ahead of the Atreides at every turn.
Okay, bud. So, by the way, chat, this is an alternate timeline in which Paul Atreides is never born. Instead, they have a girl instead of a boy, which is the most unbelievable thing about this for me, because the entire point of the Bene Gesserit is that they basically practice eugenics. They can actually, while in the womb, manipulate the sex of the child. So it's like, that would have just meant that, like, Jessica basically chose to have a female instead of a male, but I digress, I guess. Either way, it's an interesting, like, what-if timeline.
People don't live out here. They cling. Bandits, scavengers, sure. Smiley Tig still runs his place northeast of here, across the gap. You'll figure it out if you meet him.
Hi, Katana, how's it going?
What's on your mind? The Padishah Emperor, in his infinite wisdom, has blessed us with a cohort of his most efficient and ruthless Imperial Sadukar. They use Chom mercs for the hunting mostly. I suspect the real Sadukar are looking for Fremen and that bastard Zantara. The Sadukar don't like being peacekeepers, so Chom supplies the warm bodies to bulk out their forces. Chom, what's on your mind?
Let's trade. What do you got? So he's got a leader, John. I believe this is like a canteen. Would cost me 500 Solari. I don't have it. Got welding wire. I think that's used for repairing weapons. Guess you could buy gear off of him if you didn't have anything else. The only thing he will let me sell is the armor plating. And, like, I'm not opposed to that idea, but I don't know that I should sell it to him because I don't know how the heck else I'm going to get armor plating at the current time. So bro is a vendor. This is contracts. Bounty Zantara's head for 1 million Solari, and I could accept it? There's no way they would actually let you do this. Because, like, Zantara's, like, the NPC you first meet when you begin the game.
You look a little lost, friend. You got somewhere you need to be. I can fly you there. For music to my ears. Where do you want to go?
Okay, so I can potentially go somewhere else. I have no idea how much it would cost me, and I'm not willing to, like, press that button.
I like to fly. Fast. Storms, worms, or static. Nothing stops me from getting where I need to go.
Okay, so this is my journal. Looks like I have skills, so I can further advance the Bene Gesserit line, but it looks like my slots are locked. It looks like techniques, I can have an infinite amount of them. And apparently... Oh, okay, so you start at the bottom. So, I have Compel. Force a target to your position from far. Okay, this is the one that I've heard of where it makes them just kind of approach you as if they're a dog. I don't think I need to level that up too much right now because everything I think is pretty cheap and easy. I think the big problem is literally my inventory, so I probably do need to build a base. Which is at least something to consider. The game has told me to make a respawn beacon, but I don't think the respawn beacon actually counts as my base. I'm getting sunstroke there. head back inside, and I'm gonna look to see if I can find and track the contract. I don't know if it will. Okay, T is to track it, so I don't know if it'll show me. Okay, so further east, so maybe we make our base like over here, just across the way. Woohoo! Yeah, let's not get ourselves killed. I am critically injured. Okay, fine. Sub-thief is the core of your base, what you need to have. Yeah, and I think I have to put down the respawn beacon first. Gonna craft a couple med kits. Now, just hearing the worm, terrifying. It seems like it's already really close each time I do it, so I wonder if it's like tracking me to an extent. Like maybe it just goes to like the last place that it found someone. Ooh, what do we got here? God damn it. Compel them to come to you? Yeah, I keep forgetting I even have it. I'll get more used to using it, but it's like abilities aren't a thing in Conan, so it's like getting used to this side of it kind of odd. She went against the order when she had pulp? Yeah. And I remember it's like she got chastised basically for having hubris. For thinking she could birth the chosen one. Okay, this. So I can hydrate now that my water's low enough. Down to the first tier there, basically. Could build here, but let's actually see. There, it's telling you about the dew limit. Okay, can't get into that person's base. An interesting base location. Dude, that escape to dismiss it is not responsive. And that's some other dude's base. There's the Sardukar. I can't reach that. Gonna have to go down. So you can see people are trying to like build near stuff like that for resources. And honestly, it's kind of cramped here, but I'm probably just gonna like slap my base on top of this in the shade. They researched the binoculars. Okay. And let's craft them. I was gonna say I should have enough for like literally everything. It says go to the scavenger camp, and meanwhile I'm like, which scavenger camp? Like there's one to the south of me. Oh, is it this? It's literally this. But I don't even have anybody to kill at this. Yeah, I guess we just keep on moving. I at least have a respawn beacon now. So I guess it's not the end of the world. But the problem I'm going to have is I do need more water. And without a base setup, I'm not sure I easily can. And basically what I did is I chose the path where it was like, hey, you're on rails, it'll teach you the game. You won't have a unlocked research thing. So I'm actually, I think, hard gated by these quests. Not good. You kind of are, Sarkat. No, it's all good. That's my own fault. Inara's camp? These good guys?
Watch your step, stranger. Those plants are hard to grow out here. And no, you don't look like the scrap rats that swarm around the place. And you don't look like one of the crazies from the lab. You the one who stirred up the Sardaukar? Never a good idea. Derek Chinara.
Oh, is this to do the Teach Me Planetologist? This was another thing I needed to get.
I'm afraid. I learned the hard way. Never say the wrong Cyprian Io. I would gladly teach you, but there is something I must do. Perhaps we can... You look like something that stumbled out of a shipwreck. I don't have any way to pay. Unless you're interested in a planetary ecology lesson. That's easy. Somewhere in the station is a man. Be careful. The people in that lab are... I hadn't gone very far into the lab when some of them charged at me. It was unnerving. I'm not timid by nature, but I didn't want any part of whatever was happening. I came up here and set up this camp.
Okay, I was like, did I already get it somehow?
You have? That's incredible. No manifest. It's still down there?
Okay. Oh, so it's like right here. So let's go do that. Assuming I can. Ah, damn it. I feel like you can't slide down stuff as easily as you could in Conan. What the fuck? Game. Let me climb. Yeah, I'm wondering if this is like the difference in Unreal 5 and Unreal 4. It's just like the climbing is not as seamless as it was in Conan. I mean, I'd still rather have it than not. Climbing is amazing, and more games should have it. Game, please. There's gonna be a lot of loot in here, so you're saying I shouldn't do it? I gotta find a scavenger to kill. That's actually like hard fucking me right now. I also need water, but that's usually decently easy to get. Like, is there like legitimately no other scavenger base here? Like that was the only fucking one? It's like, I can go back to it for the respawn, but like, holy hell. That is not well designed on their part. That it like specifically has to be a scavenger. That's another wrecked buggy. Is this the place where I got the wrecked buggy the first time? I think it is. Close to it, I don't know. Oh, maybe in here.
It's obvious you've had some training, off-worlder, but nothing can truly prepare you for what the desert has in store. Hone your skills and harden yourself to the violence you must do to survive.
The skills mean you learn a new ability from the skills.
Arrakis will sharpen you or kill you. Without a still tent, you're easy prey to the sandstorms that sweep across the desert.
Yes, yes, I am.
Storms tear flesh from bone.
Should have been the first thing you taught me.
Unless you'd like to share a cave with some scavengers, your best bet is to build your own shelter. Build a construction tool and place out a sub-fief console. You'll be claiming a portion of the planet's surface for your very own, or rather borrowing it from the Emperor. I'm a little hazy on the specifics.
Still counts for once it's revealed later. So it's funny you say that, because that was an issue in Conan as well. So they probably knew, and they just didn't get it implemented. But I have to find another thing of granite first, but I'm gonna have to ditch something in my inventory. See, I feel like I should be able to just, like, pick some of this shit up. Oh, this person's here, because that's indicating that there's supposed to be plants there, and I think that means they harvested it.
There's someone here. I need backup.
Oh, shit! Fuck this shit, I'm out. Oh, that was rubber banding. That was really bad rubber banding. Dude, come on. Why is there not, like, a single fucking rock? Oh, whoa. Is that an enemy that chased me this far, or is that some dude trying to PvP my ass? They can't PvP you even if they wanted to. Yeah, I think the only thing that's weird is, like, seeing it say, like, oh, it's, like, limited. Because there's plenty of cobalt, but no granite. I'm so fucking confused by this, because, like, in Conan, all of this shit would be granite. Like, I could literally just mine that, and that would be granite. So they've definitely, like, restricted resource availability. See, like, that looks like that should be, dude. I cannot fathom that granite is somehow rarer than copper. It's Dune that tracks? No, like, literally, like, most stone is made out of some form of granite, chat. Like, IRL, most stone is. So, like, I guess this would be sandstone, right? I don't know, but even still, like, still have some form of granite in it. Yeah, I'm just worried I'm gonna get sandstormed at this rate.
What?
When you get out of your inventory? Yeah, what? Is this it? Is this... Dude, the sunstroke kinda, like, dumb. I don't know how to make it go away either, necessarily, yet. Duration to show me how long it'll last. Cool. Wait, what? Oh my god, dude, it's rising again. Rising so fucking fast, too. Okay, craft a construction tool. Equip said construction tool. Constructor interact with the subfief console. Does it matter if my base is in the shade? Doesn't matter if it's in or not. Okay. This looks like an abandoned base, actually.
Congratulations. You are now the proud owner of an Imperial sub-fief. More of a sub-fief. But it's enough for now. Get your construction tool out and get cracking. It's not a shelter without walls and a roof.
It's definitely, like, dilapidated, but I don't know that I care, because I think the goal is to, like, get out of here ASAP. I'm just trying to get the mission done. Construct 7 walls. How do I destroy something? Anyone know? I see it over on the right side blinking behind me, but like it's saying like press right click for that and that doesn't do anything. I can't switch to it. Oh my god, dude, I swear if I'm like how do you Huh? How do you rotate it? Like normally it was just mouse wheel with the old game. Like, can I cancel the projection? The game literally doesn't give you anything on the right side for like, hey, that's a button you can press. It just doesn't. Can I please just not get sunstroked while I'm trying to build a wall? That'd be great. Yeah, I have no idea how to rotate this because my scroll wheel just changes what thing I'm on. So how do you get the outer face to face the opposite direction? That is literally the only thing I want to do. I suspect that was something just crashed down next to me. Hold Alt and use scroll wheel. Thank you. God, that is dumb. I don't know why they did it that way. Can I build into a piece that already exists? Like, can I just change this out? Doesn't look like it. That's dumb. That's something they had in Conan that if they don't have that here, that's just actually bad. And still, I cannot get rid of this one projection. Why is it playing combat music? There we go. At least built that, so. Circuit overloaded, no power. Can I move it? Did you figure out your wall? No. I still have no fucking clue. And it's like the game is just trying to like piss me off right now. These building mechanics are so similar to Conan. It's great. But in a weird way, it's like they made it stupider. I can't explain it other than it's just like, I think it's like I don't know how to do it yet. And once I know how to do it, it'll be fine. But until I know how to do it, I have no freaking clue. Constructor interact with the small storage container. I can't tell if like the person just already had that stuff there. Oh yeah, there's the whole like circuit thing, I think. This is gonna take some getting used to. Yeah, some of it I can figure out on my own.
The sub-thief console comes with an automatic shield system that will keep your base safe from the sandstorms. Just keep the generator fueled, or the storms will tear at your walls. And it goes without saying, don't build on open sand. Seal your base, off-worlder. Maintain good water discipline, and it will keep you alive. You've done well licking flowers and sucking sap, but you need a consistent source of water. And the best source out here is blood. Extract it, store it, refine it, and drink it. Raw if you're really desperate. And don't mind throwing up. Actually, don't drink it, unless you really have to.
Wasn't this the plot of the Tank Girl movie? I have no idea, dude. Basic exsanguination kit is what I need to research, but I guess I have to do the other 2 parts before I can do this? I also have no idea if my cutter tool, like, uses resources. Doesn't seem like it does, yeah. It's difficult to tell because it doesn't, like, show everything. Like, a little bit, the HUD is, I'm not going to say overwhelming, but it's, like, just trying to figure out everything and where everything is at first because it's different than a normal HUD is kind of a thing.
I see someone.
Okay, we got that. I just gotta research the kit. So this is how I make blood bags. Craft a blood extractor. And then it's gonna be... I need plant fiber for that. Of course I need plant fiber, and I kind of need it in a hurry. Before it becomes daytime, because this is kind of garbage out here. But then again, why am I climbing on shit where of course there won't be plant fiber? Colors. Locate and kill scavengers. Extract 1,000 milliliters of blood from corpses using an improvised blood extractor. Something tells me that's a ridiculous quantity. I have the strange feeling. Oh my god, is the body just gone? Like, how fast did that disappear? Bro! Of course, I feel parched. Look, a friendly ship. Yeah, I don't think it's friendly. It's a Sardaukar ship, so it's probably full of people trying to kill me. How do I extract... Oh. Yeah, this would have been ridiculous to do, like, normally, if I didn't know about this location.
Collins has been acting real strange since finding that corpse with the Telexu satchel. I don't trust him. Keep an eye out next time you're out on a salvage run. If he starts acting weird, dart him.
Welcome to Desert Botanical Testing Station number 2. I am the station supervisor, Dr. Rommel Greer. The ultimate mission of these stations is to find or engineer botanical species capable of thriving in the extremely arid conditions of Arrakis.
The thing that I just passed is water?
As I'm sure any visitor who has traveled through the barren rocks.
Where? Oh, yeah. There you go. Thank you.
Welcome to Desert Botanical Testing Station number 2. I am the station supervisor, Dr. Rommel Greer. The ultimate mission of this station...
Just being a vampire, chat. Every Twilight fan's greatest dream. No compatible container. Yeah, I don't have enough to craft another blood bag yet. That's gonna be all the blood I can get for right now.
I thought I could trust Druce. But I know now that he's part of the plot. Eh? I heard the worms out in the desert whispering to him last night, and the bastard... They're all a league against me. All of them. Huh? But... if I get them...
That tickles.
What? Oh, is that a player?
I could not tell.
Particle capacitor?
Don't sleep. That's when they come for you. Glowing guards. Don't sleep. They're watching. Find a knife, or maybe a hammer. Either would be good, but both is better. Just don't sleep. Don't sleep. Don't sleep.
Passive suspensor belt. That's really good, I think. I don't think I was supposed to get one of those yet. I also got a sand bike. Holy shit. As far as I understand it, with a sand bike, I can basically leave the zone. Just stops you from taking fall damage. Yeah, but it's also something that you can use to, like, propel yourself, is my understanding, with the trooper grapple.
Who you leaving these messages for, eh? It's for the worms, isn't it? Yeah, the worms. Oh, yeah, your belly, it was full of worms, our big red...
So what did he need from here?
Didn't I?
Find the mnemic film and report back. I think that's downstairs. Yeah, but I don't think I have the, I don't think I have the capability. Like, I think I need the key.
Welcome to Desert Botanical Testing Station number 2.
See?
I am the station supervisor, Dr. Rommel Greer. The ultimate mission of this station...
Be in the room you got loot from, I believe. I think so too, but I gotta find it.
Beneath the hill where the fox runs lightly, a dappled sun shines brightly, where the fox runs lightly. You can't hide from me, little bird. Where are you? Beneath the hill in the fennel brake.
Terrifying.
Spy, my love. I cannot wake. Go away.
At least I'm getting tons of resources from this.
There's the little bird. Gotcha! Ah!
Yo? Okay. We're topped off. Another passive suspensor belt. Imperial testing station records. Oh, I found them a mimic film. Oh, okay. I guess that's just... No, don't you dare! Please open. Thank you. Okay, so now I just kind of need to get out of here. Blow blade attacks to penetrate the shield, poison or fire damage.
Yeah. So then he comes in here saying, "Hey, boss, what's that weird smell? That weird smell?" Just like that he does, just like that, yeah. Yeah. And then he says, "What's wrong with the plants in here? They look sick. Maybe we should trim them back." That's what he said. He said that. Those exact words. That's what he said. He said, "Trim them back. Trim them back." Oh yeah. So you know what I did? You know that.
The Emperor's wings.
I trimmed him back. Oh yeah. I trimmed him back real good. Just.
No, I assume it's like the guy already killed the boss, so I didn't have to kill him. Mysterious vials.
Welcome to Desert Botanical Testing Station number 2. I am the station supervisor, Dr. Rommel Greer.
Okay. And where was the downstairs thing? Where did that go? I'm still missing a blue band? Oh? The blue band was in that first downstairs area. On a
Welcome
body.
to Desert Botanical Testing Station number 2.
I think. Was it? Like here or like... Let's get the heck out of here. I'm worried that, like, this whole place is gonna respawn on my ass. Because that one player was in here killing the crap out of it. And I think, like, it'll all show back up. Plus, I also have no idea what time of day it is. Trying to give you the best directions. No, it's all good.
Welcome to Desert Botanical Testing
I can troubleshoot and figure stuff out on my own to a degree, but like at this point, I'm gonna say the game is not very well explained so far. I have a kind of idea. Oh, how did I end up back in the boss room? I think I took the wrong turn. And I think it's like that's where like some of the confusion's coming in is like how do I deal with some of this? Yeah, it looks like this is sort of like a dungeon, basically, and it's like, you clear out all the shit, you get the rewards from it, and you're good. Power pack MK1. Like, this is the loot at the end of the dungeon. Science stations or dungeons? Okay. I have no idea if my stamina runs out and then I, like, fall. It's just like a double-layered stamina bar. But at least now we can learn planetologist, which my understanding is that quite literally makes, like, gathering easier. I don't know what that is, like why that's flashing.
You've come back. You don't know how rare that is on Arrakis. Have you done as I asked? You have? That's incredible. I thought those crazies down there would keep me stuck here forever.
Oh, wonderful.
Say what you will about the old empire. Yes, of course, I haven't forgotten. Pay attention. There.
Okay.
Though I must confess, I wasn't expecting such an apt pupil. It was more like you were remembering than learning.
Ah, so I have amnesia. Okay, so now I've learned there's Swordmaster, Bene Gesserit, Planetologist, Mentat, and Trooper, and I think you can't, for whatever reason, you cannot start the game as Planetologist. Don't know why. No combat abilities? Yeah, it's literally exploration and stuff like that. Navigation and traversal, that's actually not bad. I assume that has to be crafted. Contract menu found under the journey tab to claim the reward after making space. Good. Dude, it feels like these sandworms are just always around. How's the game been so far? It's a little frustrating because it's difficult to ascertain certain things and like the way they function, but I'll get the hang of it. It's like, it's more to me that some things are just not intuitive, if that makes any sense. This is me just grabbing spare resources outside the base here. Okay. God, that thing is still there. Holy shit. That is actually cancerous. Oh yeah, I have the Caladian set. Which also just takes granite. I'm surprised by that. Fuel powered generator are under favorites, but like, what is this actually under? Like, clearly there's some capacity to be able to make Where's the fuel-powered generator? I don't even see it under all. Yes, I would like you to tell me. Holy shit, I would like you to tell me. Fabricators? I don't see fabricators. You're in structures right now? What do you mean? Like there's no fabricator thing. Am I taking crazy pills? The Z button? Yeah, what I'm telling you is I don't have it as a pickable option. Wait, what? This is such an ass menu. I see what's going on now. Holy shit, that was dumb. So I think what it was before is I was under, like, shelter here. And then I was, like, on this. And so, like, when I went over, it, like... But whatever. I'm not gonna question it. I don't know how that fucking menu works. Okay, so how do I actually get rid of this stupid fucking wall that is so goddamn annoying? I have to know. It's actually like tilting at this point. Fuck it. I'm gonna Google it. Last one to demolish it to get rid of it? Okay. Yeah, I assumed I was gonna delete the wall itself.
You're probably feeling it by now, Off-Worlder. Spice. It's everywhere on Arrakis. The air, the sand, the blood. It prolongs life, expands consciousness, and triggers some very vivid dreams.
Okay. That was like... They're just blacking me out for no reason?
Observe this valley, sacred to the Equan Bedouin. Here, Wally faced the trials of Aku, proving their knowledge of the Fremen ways. Find the Fremen, she said. Seven tests, 7 steps. Set your feet. Follow the uncertain path. Keep moving. The only true death is stagnation.
Didn't expect a horror movie in my game. Okay. Well, your inner sight to the first trial. Inner sight marker will help you find your way to the next chapter. Restore a purple icon. Mark important locations in your journey. But I want to go over. I mean, like at the moment, it seems like my immediate needs are met, and that's really all that matters. I still have no flippin' clue what those dudes were outside that got like yeeted by the sandworm, and I don't even know if chat saw it, but I saw the reflection of the sandworm.
Identify yourself.
That's Sardukar?
Eyes on enemy.
Don't know. I'm gonna question it. Anyways, what was I doing? Oh, right. I need to deposit all the blood, it looks like. Want it. Okay, so now it's converting it. So basically, you are a vampire, and the way you get blood is by killing people, and the way you get water is by purifying blood. So you're actually a vampire, like unironically. Yeah, it's so weird given that they give you like quick deposit and stuff here. Like I'm actually surprised that they just didn't do that with other stuff, but I guess. Spice-infused copper dust. Yeah, I think I may have the capacity to build a bike. Or something. I can't really tell at this point. Drink the blood straight to fill your water gauge, but it debuffs you for 2 minutes. Yeah, I don't think that's the best use of it, right? Like, I could, but that's probably a crap use of the resource. But okay, chat. That was the beginning of Dune Awakening. I've got more stuff I've got to figure out, clearly. But I think we'll end it here for tonight. And again, we'll definitely be playing this a little bit more in the future. Let me see who is on that I can read. Oh, now Twitch is doing recommended categories. Ooh. Let me send you guys over to Miss Ivy. She's on tonight. Looks like she's doing Date Everything, which is that game you guys were telling me about, where you can literally like date everything that you can see. Like everything turns into something and you can date it. Weird. I don't get that, so let's go check it out. Anyways, I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. And we'll see you guys for the next one. Go give Miss Ivy my love, and have a good one.